Shabbat Shalom, Sister Sandra.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Alishua. How are you?
Hello. We're doing great, thank you. And you look beautiful and bright.
You do too, always.
Hey,
Hi, Sister Phyllis.
There's Miss Phyllis.
Hello. Hey, Ross. Hello.
How is everybody?
Everyone's doing great. I'm speaking for everyone today.
Okay. Well, you go ahead.
And you're doing great. You look beautiful this morning.
Thank you. Everybody looks beautiful with Yahusha shining through.
That's right.
You know, usually Miss Sister Sandra's radiant today too, but you seem more radiant, Sister June, and you too, Rose. I think we're all glowing.
I think we're full of Yahusha.
Everybody looks wonderful today.
Amen.
I was sitting here just waiting, going, "Wait, hurry up, hurry up. I want to see my friends."
I was doing the same thing. So see, you're a mind reader today too.
Oh, we all have the mind of Messiah.
That's right. I told Joe, I said, I just can't wait. I just can't wait. There's JJ. Hi. I love you.
Good to see you, sister.
June, I'm glad that song gave you a smile the other day.
Oh, that was so cool. And I need to have shown that to Joe. And I still need to remind you to show you the little thing Ross put together. But that was just so cute. I was just I mean, I wasn't 20 seconds into it. I was laughing, and it was just a sweet laughter, like from Yahuwah. It was just so cute. But yeah, everybody needs to see that. It's so sweet.
It's about, it's the E-I-E-I-O, but it changed it to I-E-I-E-Sus. So it gives us a little chuckle.
You know, I think I'm going to read Psalm 139. I've already sang this morning, and I have read this morning, and I just want to do it again. So is that okay with everyone?
We want you to sing it.
No, you don't want to hear me sing. So
okay.
Joe gets
okay.
Oh, Yahuwah, you have searched me and know me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thoughts from afar. You sift my path and my lying down, and know well all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but see, O Yahuwah, you know it all. You have closed me in, behind, and before me, and laid your hand upon me. Knowledge too wondrous for me. It is high. I am unable to reach it. Where would I go from your ruach? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go into the Shemaim, you are there. If I make my bed in the grave, see, you are there. I take the wings of the morning and I dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. There too, your hand would lead me and your right hand hold me. If I say darkness shall cover me, then Layla would be light to me. Even darkness is not dark for you, but Layla shines as the Yom, as in darkness, so is light. For you possessed my innards. You have covered me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am awesomely and wonderfully made. Wondrous are your works, and my being knows it well. My bones was not concealed from you when I was shaped in a hidden place, knit together in the depths of the arets. Your eyes saw my unformed body, and in your book all of them were written. The yeomen they were formed, while none was among them. And that just brought me to tears right there. He wrote us in that book before the days had even begun. Oh, how wondrous. And how precious are your thoughts to me. Al, how great has been the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more than the sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. Oh, that you would slay the wrong. Allah, depart from me, therefore, men of bloodshed. They speak against you wickedly. Bring your enemies to oblivion. Yahuwah, do I not hate them who hate you? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? With a complete hatred, I hate them. They have become my enemies. Search me all and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if an idolatrous way is in me, and lead me in the way of everlasting. I just thought that was just so beautiful to me this morning. Wow. Like I said, I read it and then I sang it and I cried and this is so wonderful,
Thank you so much.
So had to share that.
That was 153,
139.
139.
Uh-huh.
153 is a good one. Well, they're all good.
Must be a reason. I had that on my mind. I needed that one though this morning that you just read.
You have to share that with us, Sandra. We see the beep. You have to share that. Don't keep that to yourself.
I was just reviewing what you were singing, what you were saying.
It's
I'll try it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have searched me and know me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought from afar. You set my path. Am I lying down and know well all my ways? But there is not a word on my tongue. But see, oh, you know it all. Omnipotent, omniscient. You have clothed me in, behind and before, and lay your hand upon me to die. Knowledge too wonderful for me. Where would I go from your rock? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go into the Shaman, you are there. If I make my bed in the grave, see, you are there. I take the wings of the morning. I dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. There too your hand would lead me, and your right hand would hold me. If I say darkness should cover me, then my love would be light to me. Even darkness is not dark for you, but Lila shines as the young. As in darkness, so is light. For you possessed my inwards. You have covered me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am awesomely and wondrously made. Thank you, for you have made us, and not we ourselves. Wondrous are your works, and my being knows it well. My bones was not concealed from you when I was shaped in a hidden place, knit together in the depths of the earth. Your eyes saw my unformed body, and in your book all of them were written. The yeomen they were formed, while none was among them. How precious are your thoughts to me! Oh, how great has been the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more than the sand. When I wake up, I'm still with you. Oh, that you would slay the wrong. Allah, depart from me. Therefore, men of bloodshed, they speak against you wickedly. Bring your enemies to oblivion. Yahuwah, do I not hate them? Ooh, hate you. And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? With a complete hatred, I hate them. They have become my enemy. Search me out, know my heart, try me and know my thoughts, and see if an idolatrous way is in me, and lead me in the way of everlasting. Hallelujah. How'd they go?
Hallelujah. Thank you both, sisters. That was wonderful.
All esteem to Yahusha. Thank him. Hallelujah. This is awesome. I love this.
Brother Mark was backing you up with some screen sharing while you were singing. I don't know if you saw.
I don't know, but this is beautiful. What's amazing is how much Dawood really got into the Ruach and praised Yahuwah. This is like each and every one of these songs you read, you can feel his presence into the Ruach. But he was really like, with his whole being, he was worshiping and praising him. And I'm like, oh, I want that spirit. I want that in me. Beautiful praise.
You know, what got me was he used such strong and powerful words. You know, if they are an enemy of you, Yahuwah, they are an enemy of mine. Wow. Powerful words. And search in me and see if there's any idolatrous way, especially in the world that we live in today. You know, we've been trained to do idolatrous things that we don't even know that are idolatrous. So we need to search our heart every minute of the day and make sure we're not doing anything that is
hallelujah. Yes, Father.
So praise
hallelujah.
you. Hallelujah. Yes.
Hallelujah. Yes, Father. Hallelujah. Good morning, Brother Yahuchan.
Hello, Chance.
Shabbat shalom, brothers and sisters.
Shalom, brother.
Shabbat shalom. Let us hear your song.
Will you go to his channel? Me and Joe got tickled about the arrow that you were using for your pointer there. There you go. Shoot those arrows
Hey,
out. But
my big old body gets in the way from my little whiteboard, so I just give a little smacky. You know what I mean?
yeah. But
Hey, it works good on
yeah.
kids too.
Yeah, but that was good, Chance. I enjoyed that immersion in the Ruach HaKodesh. That was good.
Yeah, it
So
was.
we enjoyed that.
Yeah, I just around in the nation where we are, I hear people all the time in a great confusion there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like what I was trying to get at is like so many people feel like they're in some sort of covenant and have no idea what the covenant is. It's an agreement. What is the agreement? If first you got to know who you're in a covenant with, and second of all, you have to know the details of that covenant. If you don't know neither, then I was kind of perplexed by it, and I don't know if it'll get out there, but it was pressed upon me, you know, to move that out there, and you know, hopefully it makes it to him. You know, I tried to explain it to him, and he was like, "Well, it's the blood." I said, "Oh, that's what renewed the covenant, but what is the covenant?" And he was like, "I'm in it though. I know I'm in it, but I don't know." You know what I mean? I'm like, "Oh man, I got my hands full here. Help me, Yahuwah, help me." Help me, Yahuwah, help me. And he got it, you know, and we dug into the mystery of iniquity or the lawlessness, you know. Oh, there's Brother Mark.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Hello,
Mark.
Phone, brother.
Can y'all hear me?
Shabbat shalom.
I've been messing with
I
this
hear-
microphone.
I
Can you hear
hear
me
you.
all right?
You
Okay.
you sound just fine.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, back in Genesis again. 31, I believe. Who wants to start us out on chapter 31 today? Go ahead, Chandra.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 31, verse 1. And he heard the words of Laban's son saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and from what belonged to our fathers, he has made all this wealth. And Jacob would look at the face of Laban and see that it was not toward him as before. And Yahuwah said to Jacob, return to your land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I am with you. Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock and said to them, I see your father's face, that is not toward me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And you know that I have served your father with all my strength. Yet your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times. But Elohim Yahuwah did not allow him to do evil to me. When he said this, the speckled are your wages, then all the flocks bore speckled. And when he said this, the straight are your wages, then all the flocks bore straight. So Elohim has taken away the livestock of your father and given them to me. And it came to be at the time when the flocks conceived that I lifted my eyes and looked in a dream and saw the rams which leaped upon the flocks were streaked, speckled, and mottled. And the messenger of Yahuwah spoke to me in a dream, saying, Yakub. And I said, here I am. And he said, lift your eyes now and see. All the rams that leap on the flocks are streaked, speckled, and mottled. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the all of Beth Al, where you anointed this standing column, where you made a vow to me. Now rise up, get out of this land, and return to the land of your relatives.
Okay, hold on. All right. What do y'all think this represents a foreshadowing type of all these different streaked, speckled, molded sheep and all this heading back to the promised land? What's all this? Go ahead, Roz.
Mixed multitude of people.
Yeah, seems to be, doesn't it? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? What's up, Phyllis?
It seems like that's we're being sorted out, this day and age, between his followers and his semi-followers.
Yeah. What do you think? What's Laban's role in all of this? I mean, it seemed like they got along for a while. I mean, he gave him 2 of his daughters. He worked for him. He seemed to take care of him okay. But now all of a sudden, they're not getting along, and who was telling him time for you to go back. So what do you think Laban's role in all of this is at this point? Go ahead, Phyllis.
He sees that his efforts of cheating him is turning around on him and backfiring on him.
Yeah. Do you think Jacob got a taste of his own medicine, Phyllis? Well, what's up, Ross?
I think it's kind of like Laban is representing the world and how the world treats us and all of the children of the Father, and that is backfiring on them because it's towards the end.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Is this mic working okay? Okay. All right. Well, let's continue to read on, and I'm gonna come back to Laban here in a little bit, okay? But go ahead and let's continue, Sandra, for right now.
Okay, Barashith, Genesis chapter 31, verse 14. And Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, do we still have any more portion or inheritance in our father's house? Are we not reckoned by him as strangers? For he has sold us and has utterly consumed our silver. For all the wealth which Elohim has taken from our father are ours and our children. Now then, do whatever Elohim has told you. So Yakub rose, put his sons and his wives on camels. He drove off all his livestock and all his possessions, which he had acquired, his property of livestock, which he had acquired in Padan Haram, to go to his father Ishak in the land of Canaan. And when Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole the house idols that were her father's. And Jacob deceived Laban, the Aramean, because he did not inform him that he was about to flee. And he fled with all that he had. And he rose up and passed over the river and headed toward the mountains of Gilead. And on the third yom, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. Then he took his brothers with him and pursued him for 7 yoming journey and overtook him in the mountains of Gilead. But in a dream by Lila, Elohim came to Laban the Aramean and said to him, guard yourself that you do not speak to Jacob either good or evil. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountains, and Laban and with his brothers pitched in the mountains of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, what have you done that you have deceived me and driven my daughters off like captives taken with the sword? Why did you flee secretly and deceive me and not inform me? And I would have sent you away with joy and songs, with tambourine and lyre. And you did not allow me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you have been foolish to do this. It is in the power of my hand to do evil to you. But the Elohim of your father spoke to me last night, saying, guard yourself that you do not speak to Jacob either good or evil. And now you have gone because you greatly long for your father's house. But why did you steal my mighty ones? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid, for I said, lest you tear your daughters away from me. With whomever you find your mighty ones, do not let him live. In the presence of our brothers, see for yourself what is with me and take it with you. For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tents of the 2 female servants, but he did not find them. And he came out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the house idols, put them in the camel's saddle, and sat on them. Laban searched all about the tent, but did not find them. And she said to him, her father, let it not displease my master that I am unable to rise before you, for the way of women is with me. And he searched, but did not find the house idol. And Jacob was wroth and contended with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my transgression? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? Now that you have searched all my good, what have you found of all your household good? Set it before my brothers and your brothers, and let them decide between the 2 of us. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your female goats have not miscarried their young. I have not eaten the rams of your sheep. That which was torn by beasts I did not bring to you. I myself bore the loss of it. You required it from my hand, whether stolen by Yom or stolen by Lila. Thus I was. By Yom the heat consumed me, and the frost by Lila, and my sleep fled from my eyes. These 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. Unless the Elohim of my father, the Elohim of Abraham, and the fear of Yishak had been with me, you would now have sent me away empty-handed. Elohim has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rendered judgment last Lila. And Laban answered and said to him, to Jacob, these daughters are my daughters. These children are my children. This flock is my flock, and all that you see is mine. But what shall I do today to these, my daughters, or to their children whom they have borne? And now, come, let us make a covenant, you and I, and it shall be a witness between you and me. So Jacob took a stone, set it up as a standing column, and Jacob said to his brothers, gather stones. They took the stones, made a heap, and they ate there on the heap. And Laban said to Yegar, Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gal Leai. Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and me today. This is why its name is called Gal Leai, also Mishpah, because he said, let Yahuwah watch between me, you and me, when we are out of each other's sight. If you afflict my daughters, or if you take other wives besides my daughters, although no man is with us, see Elohim is witness between you and me. And Laban said to Jacob, see the heap, this standing column, which I have placed between you and me. This heap is a witness. This standing column is a witness that I do not pass beyond this heap to you, and you do not pass beyond this heap, this standing column to me for evil. The Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Nakar, and the Elohim of their father rightly rule between us. And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Yishak. And Jacob brought an offering on the mountain and called his brothers to eat bread. And they ate bread and spent the Lila on the mountain. And Laban rose up early in the morning, kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban left and returned to his place.
All right, Sandra. Thank you. All right. So yeah, this is kind of strange to me. Laban seems to he knows about Yahuwah. Yahuwah came to him in a dream, told him to talk no evil or good to Jacob, right? But yet he's got statues that he's worshiping, and he's after his statues. He wants to know, why did you steal my mighty ones? And he's searching for these statues, right? And Rachel stole them. I don't know why she did that, but she did. What's going on? What's the deal with this? I said, if he knows Yahuwah was real, why is she all worried about statues and chasing statues? What's Laban? Who's he foreshadowing here? Go ahead, Phyllis.
That puzzled me too, but it must be because of the gold and silver that is in them, the value of them, because certainly Raquel knows that they're of no value.
June?
I really feel like that Laban is polytheistic, that he's because when he goes over here to the verse over here in 53, and he's kind of doing a swear thing here, and he's picking out three. It's like a polytheistic view. He's picking out, the Elohim of Abraham, which would be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Nahor, and the Elohim of their grandfather Terah. And we know that they came out of a, polytheistic deity worship. So I really feel like he's even though he knows Yahuwah, he still is putting trust in these idols, these idolatrous things. Now, I don't know. I read a little bit of archaeology on the side sometimes, and I've read that these idols, they not only prayed to them, they would put their household in charge of them. So it's kind of like a title deed to their house and their inheritance back in that time frame. So,
was Nakor an idol worshiper? Or was that the same Elohim that Abraham worshiped?
Who's Nakor? Did I miss something?
Abraham's brother. Yeah, she's talking about 53, verse 53. The Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Nachor, and the Elohim of their father, which would have been, what's his name? Terah, and rightly rule between us. That's all this. Now, the Elohim of Abraham is absolutely Yahuwah. I'm not sure about Nachor, but the Elohim of their father, he was a pagan, but he obeyed Yahuwah when he took off and left Ur and went up to Haran. And so I think he converted over. I think Abraham converted his father over to following Yahuwah. And so I'm just assuming it's Nachor as well. So we hear, remember Nachor was back in 22, chapter 22, verse 20 through 24. It said, and he came to be after these events that it was reported to Abraham, saying, see, Micah too has borne children to your brother Nachor. Remember that? And Bethuel brought forth Rachel. These 8 Milcah bore to Nachor, Abraham's brother. And that's about all we know about him, man.
Thank you. I totally missed that. I was reading right along and missed it.
But I don't know, man. I know it sounds like these are separate, but I think it just they're all the same. I think they're all Yahuwah. I mean, at least to my understanding. But I'm just kind of shocked that Laban knows about Yahuwah and got confirmation that Yahuwah exists, but yet he's worried about these mighty ones. And I don't know if it's for it so that he can continue to worship them, or like Phyllis said, maybe they were made of gold and he wants them back for their value. What do y'all think? What's Laban's role in all of this, do you think? You know, there seems to be a tit for tat going on here too, doesn't there? A little bit. And the funny thing is, Laban seems to think everything that Jacob has earned still belongs to him. You notice that? Even his daughters, man. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It's kind of a parallel to what went on with the Israelites in Egypt. The Egyptians, the new Pharaoh that came in, you discussed this last night, and he thought that they were just theirs. They were, and they possessed them. And I think that's Laban was trying to do with him. It's a type of Mitzrayim.
Yeah, anybody else? Any thoughts on that? All right. Well, how about a reader for 32? Who wants to do that? Go ahead, Jim.
And Jacob went on his way, and the messengers of Elohim met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, this is the camp of Elohim. And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, in the land of Seir, the field of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, say this to my master Esau. Your servant Jacob said this, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have bulls and donkeys, flocks, and male and female servants. And I have sent to inform my master to find favor in your eyes. So the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother Esau, and he also is coming to meet you, and 400 men with him. And Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. So he divided the people that were with him and the flocks and herds and camels into 2 groups. And he said, if Esau comes to the one group and attacks it, then the other group which is left shall escape. And Jacob said, O Elohim of my father Abraham and Elohim of my father Isaac, Yahuwah who said to me, return to your land and to your relatives, and I do good to you. I do not deserve the least of all the kind acts and all the truth which you have shown your servant. For I passed over this Jordan with my staff, and now I have become 2 groups. Deliver me, I pray, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he come and shall smite me and the mother with the children. For you said, I shall certainly do good to you, and shall make your seed as the sand of the sea, which are too numerous to count. And he spent the Layla there, and took what came to his hand as a present for Esau his brother, 200 female goats, and 20 male goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 foals. And he gave into the hand of his servants every drove by itself, and said to his servants, pass over before me, and put some distance between drove and drove. And he commanded the first one, saying, when Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, to whom do you belong, and where are you going? And whose are these in front of you? Then you shall say, they are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my master Esau. And see, he also is behind us. So he commanded the second and the third and all who followed the droves, saying, speak to Esau the same word when you find him. And you shall say, also look, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, let me appease him with the present that goes before me, and after that see his face. He might accept me. And the present passed over before him, but he himself spent the Layla in the camp.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so what do you all think about that? Why is Jacob so scared of Esau after all this time? What's in his mind? First of all, Yahuwah was telling him to go back, leave Laban, go back to his father's house, and all of a sudden, instead of continuing on, he's starting to scheme again. It seemed like, I don't know, to me, it's like his mom planted this weird seed in this guy's brain. He seems to always have to be trying to scheme somebody, and do you think that Laban is a reflection of Jacob? Is he seeing his own reflection in Laban, but not seeing it? You know what I'm saying? There seems to be some treachery here going along with Jacob. Anybody any thoughts, comments, or questions yet? Go ahead, Sandra.
I agree with your comparison there because
I'm
Because-
just putting stuff out there.
Because remember when Yaqub came to Laban and told him the story of what happened to how he came there? He said, "You are truly bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh," because of his character that he had portrayed in supplanting his brother and was fleeing from his brother. That's what Laban did see in him. But at the same time, this is like Yahuwah, after we suffered a while, Yahuwah strengthens, perfects, establishes, and strengthens us. So Yahuwah is the one that's building the nation. Yaqub is thinking within himself, he got to do it. So that's where he is applying all this deception, thinking that he can subside Esau's anger. But only Yahuwah can do that. And if Yahuwah, he's not really trusting in Yahuwah. He's not really showing trust. He's fearing what man can do to him, is what I see through all this, because he's not allowing Yahuwah to do it. He's trying to do it. Is how I kind of read a little bit of as well.
Yeah, Jacob seems to be in a paradigm of sorts, I think. It's almost like what he does comes back to him. Go ahead, Chance.
Looking back on chapter 32, it seems, or hold on here. 31, Yahuwah said to Yaqub, "Return to the land of your fathers." So it seems like Yahuwah, this is like a prophecy almost of the regathering of Yashrael, and he's going through the world and going through all the turmoils in the flesh and the people, kind of, you know what I mean? Dealing with all the treachery, trying to get back to the land.
Oh, yeah. Well, good. Yeah. So then in that case, is Esau representing modern day Arabs? Because when Israel went back in 1948, they had a tough time. Not only were they fighting the Arabs, they were. I mean, that land was just ruined. They had to drain the swamps, clean everything up, rebuild the cities, just rebuild the roads. I mean, it was a total wreck. And they were being attacked by the Arab all around them. You may recall the 6-Day War. Yeah, I like that assessment. I think it's got some merit to it for sure. But Jacob, okay, we talked about him and his mother doing a deceive. They deceived Isaac, and he cheated him out of his inheritance, basically, Esau's inheritance. And so Esau want to kill him. So his mom schemed, said, "Okay, go up, take off, go up there by my relatives, and I'll tell your dad, that you're going looking for a wife, so you don't have to marry these Gentile women, right?" And so he goes up there, and then all this stuff happens to him up there. Now he's got to go back to Esau. So it just seems like the walls are closing in on Jacob, doesn't it? Like he's caught in the middle of turmoil that he's created on both ends. Why? Why? Nobody knows. Let's go ahead and continue reading then, Sandra. Oh, go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to say, because he's wrestling with the spirit before he even gets to wrestle with the spirit.
That's right.
So he's actually reaping what he sowed, because he deceived his brother. That's why he experienced that deception through Laban. He's actually receiving what he experienced is what he sowed. That's what flesh does.
Oh, yeah. And listen to this. When somebody that is chosen, okay, Yahuwah chose everybody before he created anything, right? So he knows who Yahuwah doesn't. Yahuwah know who his people are. Of course he does. And so if you're one of the chosen, Yahuwah knows. You might not know, but Yahuwah knows, right? So you do things that you're not supposed to do. You don't get away with nothing. You ain't gonna get away with it. But somebody that doesn't belong to Yahuwah, that's not his chosen, they can do stuff a lot worse than you're doing, and they get away with it. And you're like, man, this guy can do anything he wants and he gets away with it. I do one little thing and I go to jail, or I get in trouble, right? I can't get away with nothing. And you're beating yourself up wondering why. This is maybe what's going on here with Jacob. You see what I'm saying? He's the chosen, and he's not recognizing it, and he's fighting against the will of Yahuwah and his destiny that he was born for. He has not come into his own yet and realized what his true destiny is. In my opinion, he's bouncing around like a ping pong ball here, and the world's closing in on Jacob. All right? Now, it's going to come head to head here in a moment, isn't it? And we all know the story. But I'm saying building up to it, we can see what's happening here to Jacob, right? And to us, too. If we're the chosen and we're doing the same thing here, we can find ourselves getting knocked around, too. Go ahead, Sandra.
So, in addition to what you're teaching, or the Ruach's teaching through you, actually, because he's the chosen, he's being proven by his action, and Yahuwah is bringing to surface his character, like that term that Sister Alisheba shared with us earlier about Psalms 139. He already knew Yaakub's thought afar off. He knew all about him. He knew that he was not perfect, but Yaakub did not know that he was not perfect. He thought he was just going to be given the kingdom, but he said he disciplined those whom he loved. So he had to first, he's taking away the dross so that the silver can come forth for the refiner. Yahuwah is the refiner. So that's what he's experiencing. Even when Yusuf was second to Pharaoh, first he had to go through prison. First he had to be sold by his brothers. So it's sort of like a type of what Yahushua went through. If you read Yashayahu chapter 53, this is how we esteem him, by what he puts us through. We're going to suffer persecution, and he is trying to get that flesh out of Yaqub, is what's happening. And Yaqub probably doesn't even know he got all that much flesh up in him. He's just saying, oh, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that. But yeah, it comes with a price. The blood of the living Mashiach. Remember that.
Yeah, go ahead, Phyllis.
Sister, are you trying to say he got his comeuppance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, questions up to this point? All right, let's continue on, June.
Chapter 32, verse 22. And he rose up that Layla and took his 2 wives and his 2 female servants and his 11 sons and passed over the ford of Yabok. And he took them and sent them over the stream and sent over what he had. And Jacob was left alone. And a man wrestled with him until the breaking of Yom. And when he saw that he did not overcome him, he touched the socket of his hip. And the socket of Jacob's hip was dislocated as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the yom breaks. But Jacob said, I am not letting you go until you have blessed me. So the man asked him, what is your name? And he said, Jacob. And the man said, your name is no longer called Jacob, but Yisharel, because you have striven with Elohim and with men and have overcome.
Stop. Okay. So this is extremely interesting now. Okay. So this tells me a lot of things. One thing is that obviously this man is the same man that Abraham met and fed under the tree, right? So this is the messenger of Yahuwah. This is Yahuwah in a bodily form. And so we can safely say then, knowing that Yahuwah has one body and he can transform it into a body of light and water, or into a body of dirt and water, dust and water at will. This body here had to be his body of dirt and water, of flesh. And so this had to be Yahusha. And so, because he's seen him as a man, not only has he seen him as a man, he's smelling him as a man. He's hearing him as a man. He's tasting him as a man. He's feeling him as a man. They wrestled all night long. I'm sure some of his sweat got in his mouth. And so this tells me one thing for sure, and that's that Yahusha wasn't Hercules or a Samson or some kind of semi-god with supernatural strength, because sounds like Jacob was getting the best of him. Looks like Jacob was beating him up to me. So this tells me that Yahusha must be just a common man of no special strength or anything. And which is interesting, because he didn't come to be like that, did he? No, he came to be a lonely lamb, a meek, mild lamb is what his fleshly body was. It wasn't a King Kong type body, right? And it couldn't be. Because then he would have, the lamb itself would have gotten too much praise. And so, very extremely interesting here, letting us know quite a bit about Yahusha just by what happened here with this wrestling match. But one of the amazing things that I see here is where he says, he's going to change his name, which means he's going to change his life. Okay. And by changing his name, he's now woke Jacob up to the fact of what his destiny is and what the future holds. And so he can now see, at least into the spiritual realm, at a distance. So Jacob's now able to cross over from the idolatry world, the literal world, into a spiritual realm and start seeing his destiny here, the destiny of his descendants. He's got 11 sons. There's one missing. Okay. Hasn't been born yet, right? That's Benjamin. And so the one thing that really I jumps out to me is what it says right here. Your name is no longer Jacob, but Yisrael. Because you have striven with Elohim. That lets us know that this man was in fact Yahuwah in the fleshly bodily form and with men and have overcome. What men? Yitzhak, Esau, Laban.
Esau and Laban.
Yeah.
And
So
them brothers.
He's exposing him is, why are you wrestling with these men when I've given you a destiny? When I've already outlined your life for you, what are you doing? And now you're wrestling with me, your creator, that gave you your destiny, made you who you're going to be. And so, to me, this is extremely, extremely interesting. And up to this point, has anybody got comments, thoughts, or questions? What's going on here, Sandra?
So is it kind of like a type of Israel wrestling with Yahuwah? And when he brought them into the promised land, they were wrestling with him, and they got caught up with idols and flesh and idolatry. And he told them not to make a covenant with the people of the land and stuff. It's sort of like a type of that that's being foreseen here. And he's trying to get Yaakov to not fear man, but to fear him rather than fear man. And to get out of your ways. Get your ways out of my way.
Do you remember what Jacob means? Go ahead, Droz.
I kind of see that he's trying to make him more like Leah, that's loving him rather than going after everything else, because he keeps going after Rachel. He keeps going after everything.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah, he's struggling with his life for sure up to this point. And I mean, he looks like he's willing to give everything he owns to Esau because he's so scared of Esau.
And it's not by power and it's not by might, but it's by his Ruach, says Yahuwah.
Look at Isaiah 53. Look at Isaiah 53. It says, he has no form or splendor that we should look upon him. That means he wasn't strong. You see that? He had no form or splendor that we should look upon him. He was just a normal looking guy. Matter of fact, might have looked kind of weak looking. Might have been runny looking. The way that sounds to me. No appearance that we should desire him. I mean, he didn't attract you because of his masculinity or his looks or anything. Just normal Joe. No pun intended. He was despised and rejected by men. Nobody really liked him. A man of pains and knowing sickness. You know, and so if you go back over here, you know, and you read that when he was wrestling Jacob, it seems like Jacob was getting the best of him. What does that mean, do you think? That Jacob was getting the best of all of him? What do you think of that? Is there some type of spiritual message there? Man, who in the world just flashed in and out like that? That was kind of odd. You got any thoughts on it, Sandra?
So it sounds like his persistence was overcome. It sounds like his persistence, his determination. Because I think Yaakov means supplanter or deceiver, right? The name, but he was overpowering him. In other words, the Yahusha was ready to go, but he was saying, not until he was manipulating him somehow. Makes sense? Being manipulative. He was.
Didn't Jacob mean something about heel grabber or something? That says something to do with heel something. It told us what it was.
JJ got it. JJ got it. She's shaking. Let her say something.
What's up, JJ?
Thank you. I was just gonna say that exact thing is that Jacob means heel grabber because he was born holding Esau's heel. Sorry, that's all I had to say. Bye.
So that kind of means that he put in his trust in man, doesn't it? Kind of grabbing a hold of another man to help him get through, get by, help give him strength or somebody he could follow behind. Is that not right? I mean, look at his character, what he did, how he was, and he wasn't a strong guy either, but yet he overpowered Elohim. Remember? Esau was a lot stronger than him. Jacob was smooth skinned, didn't have much hair. He was kind of feminine. And his mother liked him because he hung out in the kitchen with mommy. While Esau was out rough and tough, rolling around out in the wilderness, climbing rocks, killing animals, and hunting, fishing, and stuff. So Esau could easily beat up Jacob. He wasn't that tough, but yet he overpowered Elohim. Yahushua was not a strong man to be looked at and afraid of physically. Phyllis?
I was wondering if it could just be he had a strong spirit of determination within him, and his determination could not be overcome.
Who, Jacob's? Ross?
I don't remember the scripture, but this just came in my head. Remember, Yahuwah says, I am meek and mild, and my yoke is light. And so he doesn't come off as something that is going to, he's that big stick that walks behind you and takes care of everything so you don't have to, but he doesn't have to portray himself like that.
Yeah, he's not going to be overbearing or force himself on you. I think that's why he portrayed himself as he did. You know what I'm saying? And plus, he didn't want anybody to be attracted to his appearance, because weren't the pagans attracted to the appearance of their mighty ones? I mean, look how they portrayed Zeus and Thor and all of them. Super duper human superpower, right? And I don't think he wanted to come across like that. So, interestingly, Jacob seems to overpower him, but yet he touches him and he slips his hip out of place. He touched the socket of his hip, and his hip was dislocated right away. Okay, so this means that he could have easily, if he wanted to, easily destroy Jacob, but with his physical body of flesh, he could not overtake him. So he's not going to overpower you physically, okay, to the point where you have to follow him because of his brutal strength or anything, right? And so what do you think what's the message here behind him dislocating Jacob's hip? But yet he did bless him, didn't he? And why didn't he want to be seen in the daytime? Just before dawn, he said, let me loose. I got to go. I don't want to be seen. Why? Why did he do that? Ross, go ahead.
I just wanted to say he was like a father playing with his child. That's single digit and little. And he knew that he could overpower him, but he didn't let him. He didn't overpower him. He let the child think that they could overpower him. That just came in my ruach too, because he was he knew he could do it. He knew he could actually unalive him, but he didn't want to. But that's what that little touch on his thigh was, to let him know what his power was, and he felt that the rest of his life.
To help build his confidence, you're saying?
Well, it was, yeah, to help build the confidence, to help just help him understand how he is. But he was like, I mean, the Father created all of us. And so you look at the flesh part, your flesh dad, that he would play with you, but he knew that he could hurt you, if he was too strong with you, because he had all this power. But he'd let you win, like at baseball or at wrestling or whatever. That's what I mean, is that the Father, he was teaching him something. He was teaching him to know him as a father, I think, too.
Mm-hmm. What's up with the hip? What's the message behind that? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that's I'm thinking about here is wrestling with a man and meeting him on his level and his fleshy understanding, and wrestling with him in the flesh and giving him the understanding and changing his walk. You know what I mean? His walk will never be the same after that wrestle.
Right. Exactly. And it wasn't. And so Jacob never walked the same. He limped the rest of his life. And so this was a lesson for Israel, that if you wrestle with Yahuwah's will, you will never walk the same. Right. And so, in other words, man, if you don't want to do it the easy way, we can do it the hard way. Right. It's kind of like the message he was sending here to Israel. And so let me ask you all this. What do you think Jacob's response was when this man, who he perceived was a man, but he must have knew he was more than a man after a while, because he asked for a blessing from him, but he didn't really know that it was Yahuwah. But this man, after he blessed him, changed his name, he says, because you have served with Elohim. So that alerted Jacob to the fact that he was wrestling with Yahuwah. What do you think Jacob thought when he said that? He goes, what? I'm wrestling with Yahuwah? What do you think? How did that affect Jacob, do you think? Roz?
Well, if he had wrestled with him that whole night and he was winning, then he could think that he was winning over Yahuwah. So that power thing, when he did that to his hip, it was to show him the power that he had, to let him know that he could do that. So I think that's what it was. It was that it happens to us all the time too in our walk, that we'll think that we can go and we're doing okay. Then all of a sudden it'll be bam. And we get something that hits us and it's like, wow, I need to change. I think that's what it was, that he was letting him know his power, but he didn't let him know his full power. He could have broken that leg.
Oh, yeah, he could have disintegrated him if he wanted to. But is this kind of portraying how humanity kind of perceives Elohim? I mean, they seem to think that they can control him, that they can overpower him, they can bend him to their will. They can command him to do things and he'll do it. Like they're more powerful than he is because of his meek and gentle ruach, right? Are they going to find out differently in the end? Yeah. When he shows his full might, men are kings will shut their mouth, and people are going to be jumping in holes and caves like a bunch of moles, scattering, running from him. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that just came to me here, looking at this over and over again. It's like, if you think about this day and age, we're striving with men while keeping the commandments of Yahuwah even to this day. You know, we're having to coexist amongst these people. So as when the blessing came to Jacob, to Yashrael, he said, you have striven with man where we are now. Meanwhile, we serve Yahuwah. So we're amongst, you know what I mean? And this is why our walk is different from the others. You know what I mean?
I think this whole scenario is an actual insight into the relationship that Israel has with Yahuwah. I really do. And what I mean by that is Israel runs like a little chicken with his head cut off, back and forth, going crazy, trying to figure out all his problems on his own, but all that Israel does is create their own problems. Okay. And then finally, when they're all alone and broken, Yahuwah shows up, and then they want to punch him in the nose. You know, they want to try to demand that he fixes their problem. And so they wrestle with him to try to force their will on him. And then he allows it for them to make all these mistakes. And then finally, he reprimands them. He corrects them. And after through all that, he ends up blessing them because of his unspeakable love for them. And it seems this all seems to be, to me, portraying our relationship with Yahuwah. And so can we learn a lot by this? What's going on here? I mean, this is the start of Israel here. I mean, we can go back and say it started with Abraham and Yitzhak, but really, it started right here. This is where it all begins, really, with Jacob and the 12 tribes of Yisrael, as he just renamed him Israel. So this is really where it begins, isn't it? And so I think it's prophecy showing what's going to happen between Yahuwah's chosen Israel, his beloved Israel, and him, what the relationship's going to be like. That's what I think's going on here. And where does Laban come into play? We know Esau's on this end, and over here's Laban, and Jacob's bouncing around between the two, busting his head up and down on both of these situations. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was reading in the chat, Rich Hill Jilly put in there, man typically waits until life is in darkness to call upon Yahuwah. If acknowledged and accepted, repent, Yahuwah will bless them. Come and bless them. I thought that was a pretty good thought in addition to what you're saying. So it sounds like a struggle for the kingdom going on there. And Laban might be representing either the false prophet or the anti-Mashiach. And Jacob, he needs to get out of the flesh and let Yahuwah work this out, because it's Yahuwah that is going to do this. And he needs to get out of the way, get out of the flesh, and Yahuwah is also at the same time refining him, letting him know, I see you, I know all about you, but I need you to let go of you and come unto me and let me establish this kingdom that I promised you. Hallelujah. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So Esau represents the divided kingdom. Laban represents Babylon, the exile, the captivity. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and finish off, June.
I think Phyllis had something to say.
Oh, Phyllis, go ahead.
I was just going to say Laban also seems to stand as an accuser, because when he met up with him, he accused him of all this evil, which he really didn't do. That's kind of like we're going to be accused of things which may or may not be true.
Yeah, but he sends him away packing. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm sure when the Israelites left Babylon, that there wasn't a lot of kind words being said either, or when they left Mitzrayim either. Okay, but the fact of it is, he held him in captivity, and then he was released after the days of captivity were over. Yahuwah came and said, "Go back to your father's house," just like he did the Judah when he sent them back out of Babylon. And so the bond, it represents the captivity, and they did come back. Esau is representing the splitting of the nations. That's the way I see it. You don't have to see it the way I do. See it the way you want to. That's the way I see it. That's what the Ruach gave me. Go ahead, Chance.
I was just looking at this here, and Jacob asked him, saying, "Please let me know your name."
Well, we haven't got
that. Huh?
We didn't get there yet.
Oh, okay. I won't ruin it. I won't get into it.
We'll get you. Go ahead, Jen. Let's finish it off.
Chapter 32, verse 29. And Jacob asked him, saying, "Please let me know your name." And he said, "Why do you ask about my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel. For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. And the sun rose on him as he passed over Penuel, and he leant on his hip. That is why the children of Israel to this yom do not eat the sinew of the hip, which is on the socket of the thigh, because he touched the socket of the thigh of Jacob in the sinew of the hip.
Okay. All right. So, extremely interesting to why he said, "Let me know your name." And he said, "Why do you ask about my name?" And he never told him what his name was. And then as we go down there, Jacob says, "For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved." Because Scripture says no man ever saw the face of Yahuwah, and if you did, you would die. Okay, and so why? Somebody explain that. And why do you think that when Jacob asked, "Let me know your name," that Elohim did not give him his name? Those are the two things that I need to know. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just asking a question. Is this also sort of like a circumcision of the flesh happening in this situation as well? The foreskin of Jacob's inner man is being taken away from him through this experience. Could we consider that?
Not that I see.
Okay. Well, why he didn't give him his name?
Yeah, why didn't he tell him his name? And why didn't he get destroyed when he saw Elohim face to face?
Did he not say his name because he didn't want to say his name? That was his choice to do?
Yeah, but why? Go ahead, Ross.
Is it because he wanted him to know that he was striving with him, but that he didn't really let him know it was the divine part of it He was letting him see the flesh part of it. So he, that was also showing that he had the flesh of Yahusha and the divine of Yahuwah. So the flesh was what he strove with. He didn't want him to, he didn't want to break it down to where it was both. Maybe.
Chance, what was you going to say about that?
Well, something that's come to my mind is like the struggle even nowadays today about the name. How there's such a, this is like a big prophecy being fulfilled by the salvation Yahuwah is offering us in this last day through the name of Yahusha and the blood. So it's like a prophecy being fulfilled in the beginning, and then toward the end. Yah gives salvation, so it's just strange how he didn't give him his name yet. You know what I mean? It screams prophecy to me, like a huge, big prophecy in these last days. When we are immersed in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, we are entering that renewed covenant,
So, Brother Mark, is it about not about who he is or what his name is, about what he is? More or less.
And he knew that because,
about,
he knew that because he said, I have seen Elohim face to face and my life is preserved. He knew who he was or what he was. He did not know his name.
Saying, don't worry about my name, worry about
did he know
who I am.
Did Jacob know the name of Elohim? Did he?
Yes, he did.
He prayed to him, didn't he? He said, Yahuwah, save me from Asa. So he was praying to Yahuwah, but the man that was upon him, Yahusha, which, in Yahusha's name, Yah gives salvation. So this is why it screams out that prophecy to me right there.
Well, it says in 28:20 says, and yet Yaakov made a vow saying, see, Elohim is with me and has kept me in this way that I am going, and has given me bread to eat and a garment to put on when I have returned to my father's house in peace, and Yahuwah has been my Elohim, then this stone which I have set as a standing column shall be Elohim's house, and all of that you give me, I shall certainly give a tenth to you. And so right there tells me he knew his name. Okay, so Jacob asked him, saying, please let me know your name. And he said, why do you ask about my name? And then he went ahead and blessed him there. What was Yahuwah? Why did he say that? Go ahead, Roz.
He had all of that happen, all the good things that had happened to him and everything, and yet he's going to still ask him what his name is? I think that's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. It's like, you already know my name, dummy. Why you asking me? All right. And so it reminds me of in our era, when somebody is told what his name is, but yet they refuse to call on it. They want to change his name. They want to call him something other than what his name truly is. You know what I'm saying? Even when they know it. And so here, Jacob knows what his name is already, but yet he asks him, please let me know your name. And now you see what I'm getting at? Roz?
In a way, he was like doubting Jacob, not just doubting Thomas. He was doubting Jacob.
Or denying his name.
Mm-hmm.
And denying knowing him in a way, wasn't he? Who are you? You know, what's your name? You know what my name is. Do I need to put your other hip out of socket, boy? Go ahead, Chance.
Do you think he was wrestling with like a foreshadow of the lamb? You know?
I think he was wrestling with the lamb. Not a foreshadow, but the actual lamb.
Well, I
What do you-
mean, like, you know, it hasn't come, you know, the body that was given for us has not been born from Mariam yet. You know what I mean? So it
Yeah, he
would
hasn't borrowed from the DNA of Miriam and be born from her womb yet in the eyes of man, but he is not contained by the tenses.
yeah.
And so therefore, he can come from that time period over into this time period, come right out of that time period right over here, and then go back or do whatever. He's not restricted. So it could be very well could be him. Just jumping tenses, because you know what? He's not restricted by tenses. Tenses bow to him. The tenses bow the knee to Yahuwah. He's not restricted by them at all. Go ahead, Sandra.
So is it part of his manifold wisdom? More or less. He can do all at any time. So it's sort of like part of his manifold wisdom.
It's his omnipotence.
Yeah. His omnipotence. Okay. Loving it.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, so you know, obviously, you know, it was he didn't tell him because he was kind of perturbed by it. Like, you know, you already know my name. I'm not going to tell it to you. You know it, you know. And so it's almost like Jacob was wanting to make sure that that's who it was, but really deep down he already knew who it was. I mean, yeah, he was asking him to bless him, so he obviously knew this wasn't a normal man. At least he something kind of a special person in whatever way was in his mind. But what down here where he says, "For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved." Why is that? Scripture's pretty clear. And if anybody sees the face of Yahuwah, they're going to die. That's why he told Moses he wasn't allowed to see his face, so he would die. And so, how is it that Jacob saw his face and lived, was preserved? How is it, Phyllis?
Because he was seeing his created body, not Elohim himself. And I think, I don't know, I just wondered about the reason he had to ask his name is because he was so confused from living all those years with Laban and being around household idols and things. Maybe he just needed to reassert himself and make sure, hey, am I back to the real true Elohim?
Sandra?
I just had a question. It might sound a little silly. So I'm wondering if this struggle Yaqub is experiencing has anything to do with the struggle that he had in the womb. It's like he's still in the womb, fighting for the lead here.
I mean, yeah.
I was wondering if it had any relationship. It's like he's still in the womb. He's being awakened.
Jacob seems to have a lot of inner struggles to me.
Okay.
He is a heel puller.
He's
He's pulling on everyone's heel.
Go ahead, Roz.
In answer to what Phyllis asked, he knew Yahuwah because Yahuwah spoke to him in his Ruach. So he didn't have to know Yahuwah at that point. So I don't think it was affirming that it was Yahuwah. I just think he wanted to say that he told him his name, like a prideful thing maybe. Because otherwise it's just him saying, oh, well, I fought with Yahuwah and I won. Or I saw him face to face, and, this happened. But now, that's how it is. But if he had known his name, he could really have the pride over it that he did that. And he didn't want him to have that.
That could be. I mean, but he obviously knew it was him because
Yeah.
he named the place Peniel, which means, for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. So he knew it. He knew it before he even asked what his name was. He knew. How did he know? How did he know before he asked to see his name? How did he know?
Maybe it was like a child saying, why? When they go through that stage of why, he was saying, who? Who?
Well, right up in the verse above there, he says, your name is no longer Yaakov, but Yisrael, because you have striven with Elohim. They just told him that it was him. He knew his name. So why did he ask? He just told him that's who he was. It's almost like the mindset of Jacob was in the mind of the flesh. Okay. We got to remember that. He was in the mind of the flesh. Okay. So it's kind of like the Pharisees, isn't it? When they were in the mind of the flesh, right? All they saw was a man when they looked at Yahushua. No matter what he did, he could heal people, make the blind see, heal leprosy, raise dead people. It didn't matter. All they saw was a man standing there. So they had tunnel vision, right? Anybody in their right mind sees all those miracles that Yahushua did in front of them is going to bow their knee and say, no, that's Yahuwah doing it. That's Yahuwah. No matter what he looks like, at least I will. I mean, that's ridiculous. Ain't no man can do
the Father veiled their eyes. The Father had their eyes veiled, so they couldn't
They
see.
saw the miracles. They weren't blind.
Yeah, but they have eyes, but they could not see, the scripture says. That's because
they did not want to see. They did not want to believe. They did not want to acknowledge that there stood the great I am of the Tanakh in front of them in the flesh. And they didn't want to believe that. It's not that they didn't see what he was doing. You see what I'm getting at? Go ahead, Ross.
It came ahead about and Yahushua wept. You remember when Lazarus had been in the grave for 4 days, and then they kept saying he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And he wept. Yeah, he wept. They thought, oh, he loves Lazarus. But what it was he wept because they didn't know him. They really knew him, but they didn't know him.
Because of that unbelief.
Yeah. And so maybe that's what this is too.
Yeah, he wept because of their unbelief, is what I believe it was.
Yeah.
I mean, he knew he could raise Lazarus. He wasn't crying over Lazarus.
No, I know, but that's what they think. It even says it in scripture that. But
Right.
But immediately, for him to weep like that, it was because they had seen him do with the fish and the loaves and with the raising of the people from the dead before. He had, 2 other people that he rose from the dead. It wasn't just Lazarus.
Yeah, that's very frustrating. I mean, even when it happens to us, it's frustrating, isn't it? When somebody don't believe you, you're telling them the truth and they don't believe it. Isn't that frustrating to you? I mean, it can almost bring you to tears. It really can. I mean, it can be very frustrating. So yeah. But back to this again. Why didn't he die when he saw Elohim face to face? Moses wasn't allowed to see his face. He told Moses, you can't see my face or you'll die. But here Jacob saw him face to face and didn't die. Who else saw him face to face and didn't die? A lot of people. Samson's parents, for one. Chance?
Interesting thing I was thinking about here, and in this particular verse here, if you think of the priestly blessing, you know, he lift up his face upon you, shine his face upon you, and he puts his name upon you. You know what I mean? There's a lot of that in here, so it's almost like, you know, we know Yahuwah is invisible, right? So his, you know, however he decided to manifest himself to Jacob, you know, but it seems like, you know, when he shines, he lifts up his face upon you, his countenance, he's, you know, our life is preserved, you know, we're able to see him and find him and connect to him. If he turns his face from us, we feel cut off, you know. So
Yeah. And so, yeah, number one, nobody's ever seen Yahuwah because he's invisible. And so he has to be in a body, or he has to be a thief and theophanies, one of the two. However he wants, and even that could be understood as a body. But really, as far as a body that appears as a man, he's in a body. And so, like when John saw the one person sitting on the one throne, he was seeing Yahuwah in his body up there. And it was his body of light, because if you read about it, the description of him sitting on there, he was very much illuminated. And so he was no doubt in his body of light and water, because he was casting a rainbow around his head. And that's how rainbows are created, through water drops and light. That's what creates the colors of the rainbow. And so he has to be in a body form to be seen. And so obviously he looked like a man here, because it says, and a man wrestled with him. And so he was obviously in a body of flesh. If it wasn't, Jacob would have known that. I mean, I'm sure he's wrestled with a lot of men over the years. He knows what a man's body feels like, you know, and what flesh feels like. And so he was in a body here. And when it says, I've seen Elohim face to face, my life has been preserved, is because he was allowing him to see him in his body, just like Yahusha allowed tens of thousands of people to see him when he came as the Lamb. Everybody was seeing Elohim face to face and didn't even know it when they were looking at Yahusha. Same thing. Tens of thousands of people saw him, but nobody's ever saw him in visible form. If Yahuwah was sitting on the throne in his natural form as a spirit, and John saw him, looked up there, John wouldn't have said, I saw a throne in heaven and one sat on the throne. He wouldn't have said that at all. He would have said, I saw an empty throne in the heaven and nobody was sitting on it. If Yahuwah was sitting on in his natural form, can't be seen. He's invisible. And so in his natural form, you can't see him, period. If he's in his body of light and he's fully illuminated, it's unapproachable light, and therefore nobody can look at it and live. You'll die if it's fully turned up. When Paul saw the great light at noon, and he asked who it was, and he said, it's Yahusha, it blinded Paul, right? He wasn't in his full illumination. he saw him in his body of light, but not fully illuminated. Because if he was fully illuminated, Paul would have disintegrated, but rather it just blinded him. So this is how he saw Elohim face to face and lived. Okay. And Samson's parents in Judges 13, same thing. If you go over to Judges 13, she was barren. And in 6, it says, and the Yasha came and spoke to her husband, saying, a man of Elohim came to me, and his appearance was like the appearance of a messenger of Elohim, and very awesome. And so then it goes on down, and they finally, he sees them too. And then 11, it says, and Monarch arose and went after his Asha and came to the man, and he said to him, are you the man who spoke to the Asha? And he said, I am. And I am. And it means Yah in Hebrew. And so then he talks to the guy, and then when you get down to say like 7 there, or 17, it says that Moniach said to the messenger of Yahuwah, what is your name? Like Jacob did. See that? It says, what is your name? When your words come true, then we shall esteem you. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to him, why do you ask my name, since it is wondrous? Same thing. You get the same response. Everybody with me on this? So then he took a young goat and grain and offered it, set upon the rock to Yahuwah. And then it says in 20, and it came to be, as the flame went up toward the Shemayim from the altar, that the messenger of Yahuwah went up in the flame of the altar. And Monarch and his Asha were watching, and they fell on their faces to the ground. And the messenger of Yahuwah did not appear anymore to Monarch and his Asha. Then Monarch knew that he was a messenger of Yahuwah. And Monarch said to his wife, his Asha, we shall certainly die, because we have seen Elohim. So they were expecting to die because they saw him, but yet they did not. Yeah. It goes on. And so the Asha bore a son and called his name Samson, and the child grew, and Yahusha blessed him, and the Ruach of Yahuwah began to move him at Makan Dan between Zorah and Eshtaol. Yeah, so that's Samson's parents. Had kind of the same experience as Jacob did. Yet they thought they were talking to an angel rather than a man, didn't they? So apparently, we can look at him in his bodily form, and not die. So what form can we not look at him in? Well, we can't see him in his natural form to begin with, because he's invisible. He's right here with us right now, all around you. If you can take it, if you can handle it, you're breathing him in and out right now. The very air that you breathe in, Yahuwah. You can accept that, but you ain't going to see him because he's invisible. So how can we see him? And live? It's through one of his bodies, but how is it that we can see him and die? If he has to be in one of his bodies for us to see him and die, so he has to be in the body just the same as seeing him in the body and not dying. So what's the difference in seeing him in his body and dying versus seeing him in his body and not dying? What's the difference, Ross?
Maybe it's like atomic fusion, you know, where he, you know, his light is just that bright.
Sandra, you got something?
This might be wrong and out of context. I was thinking it was because he says that blessed are the clean in heart because they shall see Elohim. So although some of Yaqub's characters were not honest, but they doesn't mean his heart was not clean. He was true to his character. So I was thinking that might be why he saw him and his life was preserved, or that Yahuwah let him see him and preserved his life. Simple as that.
Yeah, but there was tens of thousands of people saw him as Yahusha in his body. Same body Jacob saw, I'm sure. So what I'm saying is there was over 100 people, or near 100 people in the Tanakh that saw Yahuwah in his body. There was tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that saw him in his body as Yahusha, and none of them died. But yet Scripture says that you can't see Yahuwah or you will die. Well, he has to be in a body. He has to be in a body to see him, just like he has to be in a body, you know, and to live, to be in a body to see him and die. He still has to be in a body either way because you can't see him in his natural form of invisible. What's the difference?
He favors whom he will. He let those see him that he will, and those that he don't, they don't. That's his. I think that's his ominence there going on there. That's him doing his will, how he wants it, when he wants it. That's his authority.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? So obviously, he told Moses, I'm going to let you see me, but you can't see my face or you'll die. Moses was only allowed to see his backside. Okay. And so when Moses saw him, he was seeing him in his body of light. Okay. And so for whatever reason, Sandra, he didn't want Moses to see his face, but he was allowed to see his backside. And so, yeah, that was his choice in doing so, like you were just saying, all right? But if Moses would have saw him, he would have died because Yahuwah said he would have, right? Okay, and how about Paul? He saw him illuminated in his body of light. He didn't die, but it blinded him. And then we have the transfiguration. On the Mount of Transfiguration, when Peter, Paul, and James are all there and saw him transfigurated into light. He changed his earthly body into his spiritual body of light and became illuminated in front of them. And all three of them saw his face because they described it as his face was as bright as the sun. But yet they did not go blind and they did not die. Why? What's the difference? Why? There really is only one explanation for it. You really think harder about it. Have you ever even went here? Have y'all ever even thought about all this? Differences between Yahuwah's appearances and his bodies? His invisibility and his visibility? Most people don't ever go here for whatever reason. It's kind of uncharted waters, isn't it? So there's only one explanation for all that, and that's that Yahuwah has the ability he's got a dimmer switch, man. He can dim it down. He can brighten it up. He can make it so bright it'll kill you. He can dim it down enough that it'll blind you. He can dim it down enough that you can actually see him and it won't get hurt. And he has a filter like at the Transfiguration. Even though his face was brighter in the sun, he filtered it so it wouldn't harm the 3 guys that were with him. He can do whatever he wants, man. Let's just say that. Kind of like what you were just saying, wasn't it, Sandra? Do what he wants to do. All right. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions from here on this? Anybody want to wrestle with Yahuwah? Want him to come over your house and wrestle with you, Joe? No?
No, but we'd like him to come eat.
I'd rather submit.
I'm going to submit defeat. I'm going to tap out. Go ahead, Chance.
Some more interesting things I'd like to point out is he's always often referred to as a consuming fire. You know what I mean? Just burn you up, you know, and he led us through the wilderness and when he freed us from Natsarim by a fire in a cloud, you know. He also illuminated Musha's face. So when he came down off that mountain, his face shined, and he had to put a cloth on his face. You know what I mean? So there's like a lot, you know. There's a lot. I often think about this too, especially with the witness that I have, that flash of light. I can't explain that. It was pretty powerful, just from my own experience, what I was seeing. But you know, there's a lot of manifestations of Yahuwah.
Go ahead, Ross.
It's what keeps coming in my mind. It was about the rock over there in Los Lunos, about how, you know, the light was on there. And it got brighter and it got bigger and then it would get smaller. So it was almost like it was, you know, just would be like that somewhat.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you something weird since you brought that up. I took a picture of that, and here it is right here. Let me see. See that light right there? That's what she's talking about. Look at the leaves on the tree. How they're white from the light. Look, there's an aura of wisdom around that light, too. There's no sharp pointed sunbursts or anything. But I took this picture and I put it in a white frame and I stuck it up on top of my safe. And not to worship it or anything, but just to look at it. And I'm telling you, and I didn't even mention this. Somebody else did. Actually, several people have mentioned this. They said, Mark, is that light getting bigger? And I said, yeah, it is. And it truly is. It's gaining size since I put it up there, man. I mean, it's freaky, man. And it even starts moving. It's like it's moving if you look at it long enough. So, yeah, it's pretty an amazing thing. But I don't ever say anything first. Even if I notice stuff, I just wait for other people to comment. And when they do, then I say, yeah, it is. Or, yeah, I see that too, you know. But, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, Yahuwah is accompanied by light. I know that for a fact. And I also know that lightning announces his presence. It's an amazing thing. Anybody else?
The screen just now did it again. I didn't see the first one. You know, when it had that flash, it's almost like a oh, what do you call it when it's in the film? Like you used to a negative. It's almost like a negative, but yet it's got red on it. It just did it to chance. I don't know who it was before.
It was Oz. I
So
saw that happen to Oz.
Yeah. So it's something weird going on right now.
There's something weird going on, man. I didn't see the one with Chance, but I saw it with Oz. It was like a red negative like thing, huh? That's exactly what happened with him. It almost looked like a different person for a second there.
Yeah.
There's something freaky going on. Okay, anybody else?
So Rich here, Jilly put in the chat, to see the face of Yahusha is to receive pure truth. I like that because Yahusha said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah, Phyllis, I got your package. I wanted to thank you guys so much for sending this stuff. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
And this is one of the things that Lou and Phyllis sent me here. I'll show it to you. And I really liked that. I thought that was really cool. I got that up there with Speedy gardening up here. You see it up here? It's up here, right there it is. And then there's that other stone you sent, the leaf and the tall on it.
Have you planted the tamarisk seeds yet?
I'm gonna read about that and see what best way to germinate that or what I should do, but I don't know if I should wait till the springtime. But I know I read on it a little bit, and I guess they're like a very slow growing tree, so it takes forever for them to get big, but they're not the slowest growing tree, but they're slow growing. So I don't know, how long it's going to take for it to grow, but I'm probably going to plant it back. I'm thinking about back there by the pond, but that might not be the best place for it. So I'm going to read about it and see what to do with it, No, whatever. I'll find out. I'll go ahead and do it that way, but interesting, I got to put it somewhere I'm not going to mow. That's for sure. My granddaughter gave me a little cherry tree. It was about this big, and I said, I should go plant it out there. She went and planted out there in the middle of the yard, and that sure as heck, I mowed that thing over this summer. I was like, oh man. I was trying to be real careful too, and I just forgot about it one day and ran it over.
The Father can grow at any height that He wants it to be every year. So it
Yeah.
can grow faster than what the actual seed would grow if it was just by itself.
Right. Yeah, I'll plant it. Let's see. I'm going to read about it a little bit first. I want to give it the best chance to grow. Okay. Any further thoughts, comments, or questions? Reader for 33. Joe.
Chapter 33. And Jacob lifted his eyes and looked and saw Esau coming, and with him 400 men, And he divided their children among Leah and Rachel and the two female servants. And he put the female servants and their children in front, and Leah and her children behind, and Rachel and Yusuf last. And he himself passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted his eyes and saw the women and children and said, "Who are these with you?" And he said, "The children with whom Elohim has favored your servant." Then the female servants came near, they and their children, and bowed themselves. And Leah also came near with her children, and they bowed themselves. And Yusuf and Rachel came near, and they bowed themselves. Then Esau said, "What do you mean by all this company which I met?" And he said, "To find favor in the eyes of my master." But Esau said, "I have enough, my brother. Let what you have remain yours." And Jacob said, "No, please. If I have now found favor in your eyes, then receive my present from my hand, because I have seen your face like seeing the face of Elohim, and they were pleased with me, and you were pleased with me. Please take my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has favored me, and because I have all I need." And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, "Let us depart and go, and let me go before you." But he said to him, "My master knows that the children are weak, and the flocks and herds which are nursing are with me. And if the men should drive them hard one yom, all the flocks shall die. Please let my master go before his servant, and let me lead on slowly according to the pace of the livestock that go before me, and according to the pace of the children, until I come to my master and Seir." And Esau said, "Please let me leave with you some of the people who are with me." But he said, "Why this? Let me find favor in the eyes of my master." And Esau returned that yom on his way to Seir. And Jacob set out to Succoth and built himself a house and made booths for his livestock. This is why the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came to Padan Aram. And he pitched his tent before the city, and he bought the portion of the field where he had pitched his tent from the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 geshen. I don't know that word. And he set up an altar there and called it Al-Holai Israel.
All right, Joe, thanks. It's pretty straightforward here. So Jacob was sweating bullets for no reason, right? So nothing happened. I mean, he was actually, happy to see his brother after all them years. And the verse 17 here, it starts talking about Succoth. They say this is the first Succoth that ever was built in Israel, built by Jacob there. So the town itself was named after him building that Succoth. So a temporary animal shelter for his livestock. And I don't see anything else. Any thoughts, comments, or questions, or anything jumping out at anybody on that chapter? Pretty straightforward chapter. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
I just thought about Jacob. He worried so much about meeting with his brother, and there was really nothing to worry about. And I think we do that so many times. We worry about stuff when we really don't need to worry.
Yeah, there ain't no use in worrying because 90% of what you're worrying about never happens. That's for sure. And unfortunately, people, we have a tendency of doing that, and we worry ourselves to death for no reason at all. Sit there and worry, and then all of a sudden, it never happens. It's like, man, what was I worrying about that for, And yeah, this is a prime example of it here. So Esau runs out to meet his brother, embraces him, and falls on his neck and kissed him, and they both wept. So yeah, definitely was nothing to worry about. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? So yeah, Jacob needs to chill out. I mean, Yahuwah told him to go back to the house of his father, and if he would just trusted in Yahuwah and just went back, he should have known that it was going to be okay, because Yahuwah wouldn't have told him to go back to get killed, would he have? And even if that was Yahuwah's purpose, wouldn't have been nothing Jacob could have done about it. He just going to get killed then. That was what Yahuwah wanted. But he should have known he wasn't sending him back there to bring harm on him. But yet he was fearful of his own brother. So that goes right back to the same thing, same old thing, right? To trust in Yahuwah. Stop trying to control everything yourself, and just do what Yahuwah tells you to do. Sometimes it's hard to come into peace in our own mind. Sometimes we can be our own worst enemy. We can make ourselves sick worrying over something that never happens, And so go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, and Yahoo, I read about by worrying, are you able to add 1 cubit to your life? So what's the point? You know what I mean? I know that's easier said than done, and I don't want these to be just words, but if we can use that verse in a time of trial, when we are concerning ourselves, we end up making more hurdles for ourselves than there actually is too. You know what I mean? You end up putting up all kinds of, instead of having a straight path, you got walls to jump over, fences to hop. You're over here, you're making all this stuff for yourself. And I was, what Joe just said here is, do you think Jacob or Yashral, you think he was feeling some guilt from childhood and he hadn't made that right yet, and he was still experiencing some of that guilt from lying and the birthright taking and taking the blessing from maybe this guilt is still playing in his mind and he has some guilt written on him still, you know what I mean?
I'm sure he does. He did. I mean, he stayed up there for 20 years working for Laban, and look, he came back rich, So even if he wouldn't have did that and tricked his brother and then did all that backstabbing that he did, it looks like to me he was still going to make out pretty well, But in reality, it was Yahuwah's will, because through Jacob he bringing the 12 tribes, and not through Esau. So Yahuwah wanted that to happen so that Jacob's descendants would get the promised land, promised to Abraham, not Esau's. You know what I'm saying? So it's more of Yahuwah's will than anything else. But it's just weird how, man's character got involved and made it the way that it happened. Although Yahuwah's will was still done, men's character definitely became involved. made it kind of muddied the waters pretty heavily there.
Yeah, and it's something else that just came to me too is with that guilt, perhaps, let's just call it guilt. Some of us might look back at some of the past that we had gone through and still feel like, some guilt behind that too. So it's just, I know I often get attacked by that. Remember something of the past and still have that guilty harboring feeling within me. So I don't know. It's kind of what pokes out to me in that.
I'm just going to say something somebody's probably already said while I was away, but it's also kind of like a pact, an unspoken covenant between Jacob and Esau, that if Esau accepting his gift is a sign that he's not going to hold any more grudges against him. And that's kind of like a covenant.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this up to what we've done so far? Who wants to read 34? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Barashith, Genesis 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And Shechem, son of Hamor, the Kuai, prince of the land, saw her and took her and lay with her and humbled her. And his being clung to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl and spoke kindly to the girl. And Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Take this girl for me for an Asher." And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his livestock in the field, so Jacob kept silent until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. And the sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved and very wroth, because he had done a senseless deed in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, which should not be done. But Hamor spoke with them, saying, "My son Shechem's being longs for your daughter. Please give her to him for an Asher and intermarry with us. Give us your daughters and take our daughters for yourselves and dwell with us, and let the land be before you. Dwell and move about in it and have possessions in it." And Shechem said to her father and her brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me, I give." I thought Shechem was a son. It says, and Shechem said to her father, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I have to understand what I'm reading. Okay. And Shechem said to her father and her brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me, I give. Ask of me a bride price and gift ever so high, and I give according to what you say to me. But give me the girl for an Asher." But the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father, and spoke with deceit, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said to him, "We are not able to do this matter, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be a reproach to us. Only on this condition would we agree to you, if you become as we are, to have every male of you circumcised. Then we shall give our daughters to you, and take your daughters to us, and we shall dwell with you, and shall become one people. But if you do not listen to us and be circumcised, we shall take our daughter and go." And the words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man did not delay to do this, because he delighted in Jacob's daughter. Now he was more respected than all the household of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and spoke with the men of their city, saying, "These men are at peace with us, so let them dwell in the land and move about in it, and see the land is large enough for them. Let us take our daughters for us. Let us take their daughters for us, for their wives, and let us give them our daughters." Only on this condition would the men agree to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us is circumcised as they are circumcised. Their herds and their possessions and all their beasts, should they not be ours? Only let us agree with them and let them dwell with us. And all who went out of the gate of the city listened to Hamor and Shechem, his son. Every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. And it came to be on the third yom, when they were in pain, that two of the sons of Jacob, Shimeon and Louis, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword and came boldly upon the city and killed all the males. And they killed Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah from Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered the city, because they had devoured their sister. They took their flock and their herds and their donkeys, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives they took captive. And they plundered all that was in the houses. And Jacob said to Shimeon and Louis, you have troubled me by making me a stench among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I am in number, and I am few in number. They shall gather themselves against me and shall smite me, and I shall be destroyed, my household and I. But they said, should he treat our sister like a whore?
All right. Thanks, Phyllis. All right. So that's kind of weird, right? And so it seems to me that Jacob's sons are up to their dad's tricks. Look how stuff gets passed on. Is this telling us something? You know, we start out, we're looking at Abraham, Yitzhak, Jacob, and their wives all falling in the same pattern of things, right? And now all of a sudden, we see Jacob and his mom and the deceit and everything going on and back and forth and coming back and all this thing. And now all of a sudden, here's his sons doing the same thing as dad did. No wonder the idiom, the nut doesn't fall too far from the tree, right? Or the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. I don't really know what to think of this. I mean, it's just they seem to have a deal, but then they use trickery and deceit to go there and kill them all. When they were doing the deal that they made with them, being circumcised and everything, and you know they're gonna wait for them to do that, and then while they're laying there in their pain, they go kill them all because they can't fight. Just seems to me Jacob's deceitment coming back and haunting him even more here. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, questions on that? On this, what's going on here? Chance?
This ain't got really nothing to do with it. I used to play chess quite a bit, and it said if you can trick them, you can beat them. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I wonder you got thoughts of bad things in your past. I can see now. Ross, go ahead.
I was going to look it up, but you remember there's another place in scripture where they were told to go and cut the tendons of the horses the night before, so that when they so there's been deceit throughout the whole scripture by the people, underhandedness. You know, something that always bothers me is how like this Jacob really didn't say too much over her having been forced into being with that man, and then you know, it was like he was thinking of himself more than he was the daughter. And then the other time was when Lot wanted to give his two daughters that were virgins to the crowd and to do with what they wanted. So there's a lot of negative stories that go along with the attacking of women in scripture. And, you know, that just bothers me with it.
Yeah, well, the entire tribe of Benjamin was almost wiped out because of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, he did wrong. I mean, sounds like he raped her, you know, and then after
Yeah.
he raped her, he started liking her, you know, and then so what he should have did was make a, you know, did like he should have done. He should have made the offer for marriage first, you know, and went about it that way, not rape her and then go make the offer. So yeah, he was in the wrong, but
Mm-hmm.
what they did, I mean, two wrongs don't make a right.
Mm-hmm.
Their
No.
wrong was much greater, in my opinion, because it involved murder, you know, and deceit. So I don't know. It just seems Jacob's character is being passed on here to his kids. And look who it was, too, Simon and Levi. Yeah. Phyllis?
Sister Sandra had her hand up first.
Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just wondering, why did my question is, why did she decide that she's going to go and see the daughters of the land? It's sort of like when Kua decided that she lusted after the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that she was not supposed to eat of. So it's like a type of not mixing. Should have been something that they knew, that she knew. In other words, she went out there to visit the daughters of the land. Did she not know that they were not of Yahuwah? At the same time, it's like we're not. Remember when he told them, he gave them the land of Canaan. He said, do not marry their daughters. Do not marry their sons. Your daughters marry this. So don't do any mixing, because they will turn you over to worshiping other mighty ones other than myself. So it's like a pre-type of that. And concerning them sons, Louis and Shimei, we got to remember nobody is perfect. There's none that has not sinned. No, not one.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think she did anything wrong by wanting to go visit her neighbors. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that's what she was doing. She was a young girl. She was going to go visit her neighbors, you know, some other girls. Now girls like to get together and talk. I think that's all she was doing. I don't know if she was doing anything that she shouldn't have been doing, but I think she was just visiting her neighbors. I mean, I think the prince was the one at fault here. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I had a question. Why were the sons of Jacob doing the negotiation with the men of the land instead of Jacob himself? He was the boss, basically.
Yeah.
He was scared
Yeah.
because he didn't say anything about it until they came home. He was scared. Like he told them, you made me a stench in front of them. He was still walking in fear of man rather than trusting Yahuwah.
Well, yes, sister, it seemed like he was afraid of what his sons were going to do, didn't it?
Yeah, he was scared. He's scared of them people to shake him. Because it says Yaqub knew about it, but he didn't say anything until his sons came in. Yaqub heard that he had devoured Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his livestock in the field, so Yaqub kept silent until they came. In other words, he knew about it, but he was quiet because he was all by himself. He didn't trust. I don't know what he was thinking. He should have said, oh, my dear daughter. Oh, they done defiled her. He didn't. It's like he didn't love that little daughter.
So you think that he just sat back and let his sons do the negotiation and then fussed at him for what they did?
He did do that.
And the
When they
sons
took
were
vengeance
men.
on
The
themselves.
sons were, they were men, you know, and there was, back then they had big families and everything. I mean, they had a tight knit group there, no doubt about that. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it possible that the father put the two sons up to doing what they did? Because they wanted the whole thing. They took care. Two men did it to the whole city and got rid of all the men in there. Because this was again that the man of the house, Yasharel, Jacob, didn't take care of his daughter, the female, just like Yitzhak didn't take care of Rebecca. Abraham didn't take care of Sarah. So Yahuwah stepped in. This would be a third time that Yahuwah would have stepped in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why those guys, they didn't do that in stages. Why did the whole village get circumcised all at once, where there was no men to guard anything, or they were all laying around in pain, right? Couldn't walk, right? Because they were swollen up down there so much. But they should have done it like a quarter of them do it after they were healed. The next quarter did it, and then the next. You know what I mean? They should have done it in stages, but they didn't. They did it all at once, and it left them defenseless.
Well, they were
greedy for gain.
Yeah, they were doing.
They were greedy for what they had. They was lustful and greedy. They were so full of lust and greedy that blinded them. They couldn't even think straight.
He wanted that daughter quicker.
She's a brick.
He was wanting that daughter bad, I guess.
But then it was kind of like him saying that, they want to share their daughters with us, and we'll share our daughters with them. But it's like he already set the precedent of coming at her and defiling her. So is that what they kept wanting to do? She would have been in a sad situation with a man that had already raped her.
She seemed like she liked him, though. Oh, she didn't seem to object. Yeah, later on, I think there was a price to pay for doing that. If you raped a girl like that, you had to pay the dad 30 pieces of silver or something. There was a price to be paid. So, yeah. But here in this period, they're just getting started, so there was really no set rules. They weren't even really a nation yet. I mean, there was only 11 sons up to this point. There was still only 11. So they were in the early stages, right?
Yeah, that's the same amount of money that they did for Yahusha. 30.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it was. I just said that. I mean,
yeah.
It was a price. I know that there was a price for that. Go ahead, Sandra.
I have heard that men that are uncircumcised somehow or another have more pleasure with their female consort than men that have been circumcised. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because I've never been a man to do that, but that's what I have heard.
I can't tell you. I've never been uncircumcised, so I don't know.
So basically, it's basically, with that in mind, it's basically that flesh in comparison to the spiritual is what's going on between Hamar, his flesh, versus the right way to do things is what's a challenge in this excerpt.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely in the wrong. There's no doubt about it. He shouldn't have done what he did. Mm-hmm. But that was still, they still shouldn't have deceived him and killed him like that either. I mean, that was kind of off the hook, a little bit too much.
Yeah, because vengeance is Yahuwah's. He's the one that's supposed to repay.
Yeah, they tried to rewrite. He tried to rewrite the wrong, but obviously Simon and Levi wasn't going to have anything to do with that. You know, they wanted revenge for defiling their sister. You know, some guys are very protective over their sister. You know, and in this case, that seemed to be the case here. They were very defensive over her, and so they wanted revenge.
Like Absalom was for Tamar. His brother had defiled her.
I mean, it doesn't say that she opposed the wedding, but you would think that Simon and Levi here would have went and talked to her, you know, said, do you really want to marry this guy? Or, you know what I mean? But it doesn't really say much about that, you know, any type of conversations that way. But, yeah, who knows? Maybe they just took it on themselves. You know, they didn't care what she said or the dad said. They were just really mad and defensive of their sister. You know, so they did what they did. I mean, it doesn't say that any of the other sons were involved in that, just those two. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, who wants to read the last chapter for the day, 35? Oz, go ahead, man.
35. And Elohim said to Jacob, Arise, go to Bethel and dwell there, and make an altar there to all who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. And Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, Put away the foreign mighty ones that are among you, and cleanse yourselves and change your garments. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and make there an altar to all who answer me in the jom of my distress, and has been with me in the way which I have gone. So they gave Jacob all the foreign mighty ones which were in their hands, and all the earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the terebinth tree which was near Shechem. And they departed, and the fear of Elohim was upon the cities that were all around them, and they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. And Jacob came to Luz, that is Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place Al Bethel, because there Elohim appeared to him when he fled from the face of his brother. And Deborah, Ribkah's nurse, died, and she was buried below Bethel under the terebinth tree. So the name of it was called Alon Bakut. And Elohim appeared to Jacob again when he came from Padan Aram, and blessed him. And Elohim said to him, Your name is Jacob. Your name is no longer called Jacob, but Israel is your name. So he called his name Israel. And Elohim said to him, I am Al Shaddai, bear fruit and increase. A nation and a company of nations shall be from you, and sovereigns come from your body. And the land which I give Abraham and Isaac I give to you, and to your seed after you I give this land.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, well, why did you come to Jacob and tell him that he changed his name again? What's going on here? Your name is Jacob. Your name is no longer called Jacob, but Israel is your name. So he called his name Israel. I mean, I thought that they've already established that. What's going on here? Roz?
Is it possibly like the second Exodus? Like he already came out of Laban Now he came out of being by his brother. And so
it just seems to be reinforcing or reminding him of it before he blesses him. You see the blessing that comes afterwards?
mhm.
And so he says, bear fruit and increase, a nation and a company of nations shall be from you. And sovereigns, which is reigns or kingdoms, come from your body. And the land which I gave Abraham, Yitzchak, I give to you and to your seed after you. And so there's a distinction between the nations and the land he gave to Abraham. So this is basically kind of the same thing as he told Abraham, that he's going to be the father of the Gentiles as well as the father of Israel. And so that blessing continues on through Jacob's seed rather than Esau, making it clear where the inheritance is going, what line the inheritance is, the offspring of Israel is going to come from. I think is what he's doing here, reestablishing and making it very clear that his chosen line of priests will come through Jacob, not Esau. Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, that's like I'm thinking it's like a reaffirmation, because if you go to the end of the last chapter where he says, hang on, sorry, and I am few in number, they shall gather themselves against me and shall smite me, and I shall be destroyed. So he was here, like, feeling like, oh man, like what the sons just did, like now everything's basically going to be taken from him, right? And he's going to die. Like they're saying that he's going to be they're going to smite him and he shall be destroyed, his household, and like my household and I, it says. So then the next one, Elohim comes and just reaffirms that no, his name is Yaakov, or his name is no longer called Yaakov, but is Israel, and he's still going to be where all the nations are coming from, right? He's still going to be the one that the seed comes from.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Jacob knew they were do idol worshiping, isn't it? He seemed to knew his family was doing that, but yet he didn't stop them until Yahuwah came to him, appeared to him again. Well, Phyllis?
In addition to what Sister just said, I agree with what she said. Like in what you said, it's more like he came to reestablish the relationship and remind Jacob that he's a nation now, not just an individual. So it was, just an establishment and a blessing over the nation that he was creating through Jacob, Israel.
Yeah. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, and also to establish that, what was I going to say? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. That like he's in charge, Yahuwah's in charge. And so even though these things happened before, it's still all within, the grand plan of things. And I also see it like, I don't know, Yaakov in some sense, like if we think of even when he took the the birthright. Like he seems like kind of weak in some sense, you know, like he seems to be able to be like kind like he's being guided by others the whole time. So here it sounds like maybe he was having doubt of, you know, like why is he chosen or whatever, but like either way he's the one that was chosen, and Yahuwah is coming to remind him that like I've chosen you, like you can't like back out. You know, this is just what it is.
Right.
Like
Yeah, it's no doubt he was the weaker of the two. I mean, you know, and his mom seemed to be taught him how to, you know, be a little weasel and go and, you know, tricking people and doing stuff, you know, and to make up for him being smooth skinned and feminine acting, you know. I don't know. He does seem to have some issues for sure, but yet through his seed, you know, Yahuwah chose Israel, him to be Israel through his seed, bless the world through his seed. And maybe for whatever reason, maybe so to calm people down, maybe, I don't know, man. You know, people are probably pretty fierce back then. Maybe he wanted to calm people down with Esau. I mean, Jacob's character rather than Esau's, you know, warrior type character. I don't know.
I mean the same with David, right? Like David was chosen, Daud was chosen, and he was the smallest. Like he wasn't mighty, like a big warrior, you know. And then even what you were saying about Yahusha earlier, from Ezekiel, where like he wasn't somebody of like a big, like strong stature that will make you like look at him or think that he's so strong. So it's like, I mean, often Yahuwah chooses like kind of the underdog in a situation. Right?
Yeah. He chooses the weak in order to, you know, make him to esteem himself. So he'll be esteemed more. That's what it seems like. Sandra?
I think that confirms that he beautifies the meek with deliverance. I was going to say, this is kind of like you were saying, reinforcing the calling, because it's why he's asked about his name. But at the same time, it's like it's prophetic that he's going to call them out. Because remember, what did he tell Noah them when they left the ship? I am Al Shaddai, bear fruit, increase a nation, and a company of nations shall be from you. So he's like calling him out to be separate, to go forth to establish the nation is what he's doing here. And I looked up Alon Bakut. Alon means oak, and Bakut is a variation of weeping or mourning. So it's called Oak of Weeping. And it made me think about Rachel weeping for her children. It's a scripture in there about Rachel weeping for her children. So it's sort of like futuristic. This is a prophecy of him going to separate Israel and build them that nation that he's promised. And I noticed that this happened at the same place where he first met him when he was fleeing from Esau, and he built that first altar, because it says is Bethel came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan. That's where he had fled to. So that's kind of what I was getting out of that.
Yeah.
And he knew about the foreign mighty ones, because that's why Laban was chasing him down. Why? You done took my daughters, but you took my sheep, my goat, you done took my grandsons, and now you done took my mighty ones too. That was Laban's. But he was living, Padan Aram was an idolatrous place to live. So that's how he knew. They were raised in idolatry, so they practiced idolatry.
Yeah, I don't know if he knew Rachel stole them or not. He may have.
He didn't know who specifically stole them. That's why he said, put away your foreign mighty ones. He told everybody, if you got some, get rid of them. It's time to dedicate to Yahuwah.
Yeah. Yeah, he got I think he wanted to clean everything up, and obviously he knew that they were doing what they were doing, or he wouldn't have told them to give all the mighty ones to him. But what's with the earrings and all their earrings, which were in their ears? Why did they have to give up the earrings? What's up with that?
Well, give me your gold and your earrings, and I threw them in the pot, and you have a golden calf. That's what they made their idols out of. So don't want any of that hanging around so that can be done once these are buried.
That could be. That could be. That's a good thought. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't make sure that they wouldn't sneak around and make another one after he took them all from them, huh? That could be. All right. Let's go ahead, Oz. Continue on.
Verse 13. And Elohim went up from him in the place where he had spoken with him. And Jacob set up a standing column in the place where he had spoken with him, a monument of stone. And he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Jacob called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Bethel. Then they set out from Bethel. And it came to be, when there was but a little distance to go to Ephrat, that Rachel began to give birth, and had great difficulty giving birth. And it came to be, as she was having great difficulty giving birth, that the midwife said to her, Do not fear, for it is another son for you. And it came to be, as her life was going out, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died, and was buried on the way to Ephrat, that is, Bethlehem. And Jacob set a standing column on her grave, which is the monument of Rachel's grave to this Yom. And Israel set out and pitched his tent beyond the tower of Eder. And it came to be, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Biliah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard about it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Shimon, and Lewi, and Jehudah, and Jeskar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Biliah, Rachel's female servants, were Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's female servant, were Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. And Jacob came to his father Isaac at Mamre, and Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had dwelt. And the Jomim of Isaac were 180 years. So Isaac bred his last, and died, and was gathered to his people, aged and full of Jomim. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him.
All right, cool. Thanks, Oz. All right, so here we go, man. Rachel died, giving birth to Benjamin. We have the 12 tribes now. Isaac dies, and Esau and Jacob buried him. So now we're off to the races here now, right? Seems like everything's going full steam ahead the way you planned it. Is there any comments, thoughts, or questions? Phyllis?
I didn't see any consequences for Reuben taking the concubine, which he was forbidden to do,
Mhm.
there was no consequences mentioned at all.
Yeah, he loses his firstborn rights. And it actually falls down to Yehuda. So Reuben loses, Simon loses it. Of course, the Levites do, and then so it falls down to Yehuda. But you'll get into that later on. Ever notice that hardly any the firstborn hardly ever gets the firstborn inheritance, man. It always goes to the secondborn or the thirdborn, seems like. I think that all has to do with that golden calf scenario is why that happens. Go ahead, Jim.
I just think it was kind of interesting that we see her dying here giving birth when over in 31:32, it's just kind of like Jacob had pronounced her death before it was going to happen because of what she did, stealing the idols. So he says, in the presence of our brother, see for yourself. For Jacob didn't know that Rachel had stole them, but he said, whoever has them, do not let them live. So I just think that's interesting how it just seems like her life was cut short because of that statement that he made. And he didn't even realize she had them.
Yeah, wow.
So got some power of words going there.
Yeah, there's power in your words, man. You can speak life and death for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he might have put the jinx on his wife for sure.
That's pretty awesome, sister.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I'm going to mark that. Let's see. What was that at? 31 what?
31:32.
Cool. Thank you for that. Definitely power in words. We all gotta, we all gotta remember that. I mean, I know we all say stupid stuff when we get mad and everything like that, but we gotta, you're the Natsarim, you got Yahuwah in you. You're a lot more powerful than you know, and that you realize sometimes, And so, yeah, we don't want to be cursing nobody. Go ahead, Chance.
Reminds me of a passage I read not too long ago where this man was going into war and he said, deliver me my enemies, and the first thing I come across, I'll offer it up to you. And he got home and it was his daughter coming out the door. You remember that?
Yeah.
Man, and he had to do it, and it became like a tradition. He offered up his daughter, and she said, let it be done, and it was just like a great morning. So let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. I was just reading that, and it's like, do not make a vow. It's okay to not make a vow. Don't swear by the Shamayim, don't swear by the Arats, and don't swear by the great city of Yerushalayim. Don't do it. It's the city of the great sovereign. Don't just let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, Yitzhak was 180 years old when he died. You got something?
Here in verse chapter 35, verse 2, and Yaqub said to his household and to all who were with him, put away your foreign mighty ones that are among you, and cleanse yourselves, and change your garments. Kadash yourselves, You know, it's like just like when Musha said, "Go Kadash the people, tell them to wash their garments and get ready. Something big's about to happen." You know, and Yahu appeared to Jacob, telling him, "Kadash yourselves, put your mighty ones away, your earrings. Don't let them. Make sure, don't let them have a grunion. Do not let them Kadash yourselves." You know.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I think this is the start of it right here, because Rachel dies, Isaac dies. Yeah, they have their 12 tribes now. The 12 tribes of Israel is established here, and this, I think, here's where really, everything falls into line with Yahu as well. Now, let's do 36 because I want to get out of Jacob and as much as we can here because the next up is Joseph, and so let's finish Jacob and Esau off. Yeah, we'll be able to start in with Joseph then next week. Who wants to do that? 36. You got a question, Sandra? What's your question?
So I looked up the word arfroth. It means fruit, fullness, productiveness, abundance. It comes from the root word para, to be fruitful. It's an ancient name of an area around Bethlehem, birthplace of Mashiach, and the burial place of Raquel, I found out. So I'm kind of wondering, because she had Benjamin there, is this possibly a prophecy of the difficulties of the end times that we're going to have? Because he said, when the end times come in Matthew chapter 24, he said, when these things are happening, look up, for you are in your birth pains. Don't be alarmed by them. We're in our birth pains. So it's sort of like a prophecy of the birth pains that's going to happen in the end times, is what I'm seeing there.
Do you mean when Rachel was dying and giving birth?
To Benjamin.
About the birth pains? Oh,
yeah.
That's amazing.
I don't know. I'll listen to Yahushua. That's what I kind of perceived that after I looked up Arfroth. And I was wondering, is Arfroth the same as Ephraim? Are those?
I'd say there's some root words there, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's talking about the nations, the birth of the nations.
Yeah. That could be. Who wants to read 36? Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, chapter 36. And this is the genealogy of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan. Ada, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Sibon, the Ku, and Basmath, Yishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. And Ada bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basmath bore Reuel, and Oholibamah bore Yehush, and Yalam and Korach. These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters, and all the beings of his household, and his herds and all his beasts, and all his possessions, which he had gained in the land of Canaan, and went to a land away from the presence of his brother Jacob. For their possessions were too great for them to dwell together, and the land of their sojournings could not support them because of their herds. So Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And this is the genealogy of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These were the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, son of Ada, Asher of Esau, and Reuel, son of Basmath, Asher of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Sepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was the concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. There were the sons of Ada, Esau's Asher. These were the sons of Ada, Esau's Asher. These were the sons of Reuel, Nakath and Zerach, Shammah and Mizah. These were the sons of Basmath, Esau's Asher. These were the sons of Olibama, Esau's Asher, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Sibon. And she bore to Esau Yeush, and Yalam, and Korach. These were the chiefs of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, were Chief Teman, Chief Omar, Chief Sepho, Chief Kenaz, Chief Korach, Chief Gatam, Chief Amalek. These were the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They were the sons of Ada. And these were the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Chief Nakath, Chief Zerach, Chief Samah, and Chief Misa. These were the chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Basmath, Esau's Asher. And these were the sons of Olibama, Esau's Asher, Chief Yeush, Chief Ya'elam, and Chief Korach. These were the chiefs descending from Olibama, Esau's Asher, the daughter of Anna. These were the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These were the sons of Seir, the Korite, who inhabited the land, Lotan, and Shobal, and Sibon, and Anna, and Dishan, and Etzer, and Dishan. These were the chiefs of the Korites, the sons of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the sons of Lotan were Kori and Hemam. Lotan's sister was Timnah. And these were the sons of Shobal, Aluan, and Manakath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these were the sons of Sibon, both Aya and Anna. This was the Anna who found the water in the wilderness, as he fed the donkeys of his father Sibon. And these were the children of Anna, Dishon, Olibama, the daughter of Anna. And these were the sons of Dishon, Chemdan, and Eshban, and Yithran, and Keran. These were the sons of Etzer, Bilhan, and Zawan, and Akan. These were the sons of Dishan, Uts, and Aran. These were the chiefs of the Korites, Chief Lotan, Chief Shobal, Chief Sibon, Chief Anna, Chief Dishon, Chief Etzer, and Chief Dishan. These were the chiefs of the Korites according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. And these were the sovereigns who reigned in the land of Edom before any sovereign reigned over the children of Yeshuel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinabah. And Bela died, and Yobab, son of Zerach of Botzrah, reigned in his place. And Yobab died, and Cusham of the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. And Cusham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Awith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. And Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. And Shaul died, and Baal-Canaan, son of Achbor, reigned in his place. And Baal-Hanan, son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Pau, and his Asha's name was Metabal, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these were the names of the chiefs of Esau, according to their clans, their places, by their names: Chief Timnah, Chief Alua, Chief Yetheth, Chief Olibama, Chief Elah, Chief Pinon, Chief Kenaz, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdiel, Chief Eram. These were the chiefs of Edom according to their dwelling places, in the land of their possession. Esau was the father of the Edomites.
All right, thank you, Talita. Can I say that I'm glad you're the one that read that chapter, not me? Man, that was crazy.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this is tough.
But you're doing really good with it. That was a rough one.
Thank you.
Did I miss Ishmael's daughter that Esau married? Where was that at? I kept listening. I said, "What did I do? Miss it? Did anybody catch that?"
Ishmael's daughter.
Where Ishmael's daughter, sons, and all that was.
Verse 2.
I remembered reading that. Yeah, I remembered reading.
It's in verse 2 and 3.
Oh, okay. No wonder I missed it.
Oh yeah, right at the beginning. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's Basemath. Esau married Ishmael's daughter. Only daughter was Basemath then. Oh yeah, Ishmael's daughter. I see it now. Okay. So off of that one, there in verse 3, you guys see that? And Basemath, which was Ishmael's daughter, the sister of Naboth. Okay, so right there is where that would be full circle back into Isaac's, back into Abraham's line, somehow reinforcing that father of the Gentiles thing. See what I'm saying? I think it would be right there would be the key for that. I don't know. But anyways, Ishmael had the 12 sons as well as this one daughter back in Genesis 25, 13, 16. Where the 12 sons are. Here's the daughter. So, and that would hook us back around and into the genealogy of Isaac then. Because it would go down through Jacob and Esau, who were twins. Right? So that, to me, that's kind of an important, right there. That lineage line is kind of important. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? I know it's hard to get through that one. I just wanted to get it out of our way. Go ahead, Sandra.
Just a thought. I'm wondering, is this the fulfillment of the two nations being built up in Rebecca's womb that was prophesied about? This is, and if we notice that most of these nations that they are chiefs or come to be enemies of Yisrael when he brought them out after 430 years out of Mizraim. Amalek was one of the first nations that he came against. And then it's like in Yashayahu 54, verse 16, he says, see myself, this is still Yahuwah working his plan. See myself, see, I myself have created the blacksmith who blows the coals in the fire, who brings forth an instrument for his work, and I created the waster to destroy. So it's still him working in the garden, is what I kind of got out of all of it.
Yeah, I mean, Speedy, watch your mouth, Speedy. No, Speedy getting smart with me. Anyway, I kind of like to think, Ishmael's 12 tribes, and the 12 tribes, of Jacob and Ishmael, there's that connection there as far as the split kingdom, in other words, the Israelites, the priestly line, and the worldly line, the Gentiles. You know what I mean? Some
I agree
people
with that.
Yeah, some people disagree with that, but I just have to go back to that because there's just something too weird about Ishmael having 12 sons, 12 tribes, and Jacob having 12 tribes. That's just too weird to me. I mean, there's got to be something there.
I agree with that, proving that Abraham is the father of the nations, because that goes back to his bloodline.
Goes back to his bloodline, right?
Yes.
That's where I get that from. That's just me, though. And now, I guess you agree with me. So that's me and Sandra. I don't know what the rest of you think. All right. We'll stop right there, because then next week we'll start getting into Joseph then, and which will be kind of cool, a little bit of a shift. And Joseph gets a lot more interesting. But now we're here, we're where we need to be we're into it now. You know what I'm saying? We're getting into it now. So, any thoughts, comments, questions on today's study? Go ahead, June.
I'm going to put 2 cents in here. I'm back here in chapter 31 and verse 50. It says, you afflict my daughters, or if you take other wives besides my daughters, although no man is with us. And so they made an agreement here, no wives except for my daughters. And I just thought I would interject. I had read somewhere at one time that in the Jewish tradition, that they say that the handmaids of Rachel and Leah were Zilpah and Bilpah, and that those handmaids were actually Laban's daughters by his concubine. So that's something that the Jews say that they've known for years, some kind of tradition that they keep. So I thought that would be interesting, that he would say, you can't have any more wives, except, besides my daughters. And then they have that tradition saying that Zilpah and Bilpah were actually daughters of Laban through his concubine. So I thought that would just be an interesting note there.
Yeah, I caught that too, and I thought, why is he saying that to him? And what popped into my mind was, he doesn't want, because remember it said Jacob took everything, took all his wife, his sister, his daughters, and his sons, and all his animals, and took everything from him. He wanted to make sure that all that basically would be the inheritance of his line. He didn't want any other line coming in there and getting any of that inheritance off of his line, of his 2 daughters. And that's what came to my mind. I mean, I don't know why else he would say that other than that. But I don't think Laban died homeless or a vagabond or anything. You know what I mean? But it does sound like Jacob really took a lot from him when he left. Took his 2 daughters, his grandchildren, his sons. I think that's what he meant by sons, was his grandchildren, and a lot of the animals and everything. But I don't think Laban suffered. I mean, I'm sure he had plenty of his own still left. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's kind of odd. Let me bring that back up. Let me see, where is that? Here it is. Settle down, Speedy. Speedy going nuts. We're going to share screen now. Calm down, Speedy. I don't know why he gets so excited when we're going to share screen. He goes crazy. Go ahead, Roz.
I was looking up, and Esau actually, he had the 3 wives, but he had 15 children.
Esau?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it sounded like a lot to me when she was reading it. I was going, wow. A lot of the Moabites definitely come out of him. And matter of fact, there's some people believe that the Europeans came out of Esau.
This is saying that that they figure that he's the father of Rome.
Yeah, they say they think he's the father of Rome. I've heard that theory. I don't know if I agree with it, but I have read that and read about it. Yeah. Of course, I forgot more than I remember about it, but I know what you're saying. I don't know. Here it is. So here's Jacob right here, Israel, and here's Bella and Selpha and Bella here. And so let's see, through here, Gad and Ash, and then through this handmaiden here, concubine, Dan and Naphtali. And so 2 from this girl, and looks like 2 from that girl. The rest came from his 2 wives, Leah and Rachel. Leah had the most, man. She was really blessed. So June, what were you saying now? Looking at this, is this making any sense?
The tradition that's been passed down has it that Zilpah and Bilhah were the concubines of Rachel and Leah's father, Laban.
Oh,
like keep it all in the family, kind of.
I thought it said it was. Did we not just read that they were their nurses?
Yeah, they were their
nurses.
Yeah, they're handmaids. They're handmaids. They were their handmaids.
Same thing, handmaid, nurse, concubine. That's all the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
that's
I
interesting.
don't know. I mean, maybe.
And I did have a question on 31:14.
Uh-huh.
I didn't understand why Rachel and Leah were talking like this, because they were already married to, I mean, maybe it's just something I'm just, it says, do we still have any portion or inheritance in our father's house? Are we not reckoned by him as strangers? What are they trying to say right there?
Yeah, they're trying to basically accusing their dad or insinuating, maybe it's a better word, that he's going to disown them because Jacob did what he did. You know, even though he snuck out, aren't we still your daughter? Don't we still get your inheritance type thing? So, I mean, that's how I'm catching it. I mean, where is that exactly? That was in what?
31:14.
Yeah, let's look at it again.
Yeah, and it says, for he has sold us and entirely consumed our silver. And I thought, didn't they pay wasn't there a bride price that was given?
Hey, he worked for 7 years for him.
7 years.
Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, that just for some reason.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, to answer your last question, the silver was paid to Laban, but he spent it instead of leaving it for his daughters. And see, the fact that he's not going to see his daughters again, more than likely, because they're being stolen, he was concerned with Jacob to make sure that he didn't have any more daughters or any more wives than his daughters, because that way he was going to ensure that his daughters were taken care of. So I know what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it came out right.
So let's back up to 12 here real quick. And he said, lift your eyes now and see all the rams which leap on the flocks are streaked, speckled, and molted. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. And I, the all of Bethel, where you anointed the standing column and where you made a vow to me. Now rise up, get out of this land, and return to the land of your relatives. And Rachel and Leah answered and said, do we still have any portion or inheritance in our father's house? Are we not reckoned by him as strangers? For he has sold us and also entirely consumed our silver. For all the wealth which Elohim has taken from our father are ours and our children's. Now then, do whatever Elohim has told you. Yeah, they're basically they're saying they're cutting the apron string, man. You know, they're ready to just cut away from the dad and just go with the husband and take everything with them and just be happy with that. You know, so they don't want anything else from him, type thing. That's just what I'm getting out of it. I mean, I don't know. Anybody else getting anything out of that? Just seems like they're cutting the apron strings to me. You know, they're done with him, basically. They're happy with what they got. They're happy with what they're taking, and they're just done. That's what it seems like to me. It's like, wouldn't we sold? You know, didn't he sell us, get rid of us? What do we have to do with him? You know, let's get out of here, type thing. Makes sense? I mean, I don't know. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Today's study, anything at all about Jacob? Jacob's quite the character, isn't he? I mean, I didn't really quite realize how weak and he and mischievous and devious that Jacob really was till today. But yeah. Kind of seeing Jacob in a different light after today's study, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's always bothered me too about him, the way he did Esau. His brothers telling him he could die because of his lack of food and he was about to pass out. Mm-hmm. Yet all he had on his mind was inheritance, and take the birthright. That's always bothered me. Yeah,
me too. So I was like, that's your brother, man. Why don't you just feed him? Why do you have to take his inheritance to save his life? Yeah, Jacob's a weird one. He's a weird character. Even more weird now after today's study. I'm seeing even more weird. But anyway, he was blessed. So, yeah, he's Israel. So, you know, that's it. I think in his, you know, how scripture says, in your weakness, I am strong. You know, I think this is what we're seeing here. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So any other thoughts, comments, or questions for today's study? How about last night's study? Are y'all Jews? Are y'all a Jew? You are? All right. Well, if there's nothing else, I can open it up. You guys can talk about whatever you want, or we can have Joe get us out of here. Which one y'all want to do? Stop it, Speedy. Speedy says, get me out of here, man. I want to go fishing. You say, is Speedy allowed to go fishing on the Sabbath? Is that allowed? It's not? Speedy, you ain't allowed to go. You behave yourself. What y'all want to talk about? Got anything you want to talk about, Chance? You look like you're ready to explode down there. No? All right. Well, Joe, let's
When
get
you
us started.
when you
What?
spoke about the appointed times and when the Father does things for us,
Mhm.
and it's His appointed time,
Mhm.
that was strong last night.
Yeah. Yeah, that was strong, for sure.
Yeah, I like
Chan?
your I like that study that you touched on last night, Akid. I get this a lot. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. What you're talking about is Jewish. I'm not a Jew. Do I look like a Jew? Even my own mother does this. You know what I mean? And it's just like it's like a device made from shaitan. You know, it's a term of scorn to keep people away from their father. You know what I mean? Oh, that's Jewish. Oh, obedience is Jewish, huh? You telling me obedience is Jewish? Keeping the appointed feasts is Jewish? It says, last time I checked, it said this is to all generations forever. That means all generations and it's forever. So when did it become Jewish? Can you explain that to me? And where does this word Jew come from? You know what I mean? Of course I'm a Jew. I'm happy. If I gotta be a Jew, I'll be a Jew all day long. Call me a Jew. That's a delightful name to me. You know, I will gladly suffer behind that term of scorn. It's according to flesh, you know what I mean? But you really hit on some good stuff in there. There was some steam in there. I had to bring an oven mitt. You know what I mean? Even before I could hit that button, I had to put on my oven mitt. There's a little heat in there, you know. I liked your works.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Chance, because yeah, a lot of people say the same to us, including like close family members, and you can't really rational with them. It's very like it really I like sometimes I wish there was like a camera just taking a look at the conversation so you can actually prove that it's just impossible to break through. You know, because they like, oh, now you're Jewish, now you've become you and you have brainwashed your children and they're Jews now, you know. So it's I get it. I mean,
You know,
it has happened to us that they have told us that.
you know, Oz, it's almost being persecuted for Yahuwah. You know what I mean? You're obeying his commands. You're being essentially scorned by them. You're telling you in a under like a hit below the belt. You know what I mean? They're telling you I'm not Jewish because you are. You're Jewish, not me. You know what I mean? So you're scorned. I'm not. So in a sense, they're hitting you. Wow. And you know, it's like you want to open up the BYNV, the book, and start reading and telling them like, look, this is, you know, for example, the appointed times. You know,
I mean, talking about
those
appointed times is like
Passover, Yom Teruah, you know what I mean? All these have significant meaning to our Creator, and it's to everybody. It's to every generation forever, but you're going to get hit with, I'm not a Jew. That's what they're going to say. I'm not Jewish, you know? I'd rather drag a tree in my house and adorn it with golden jewels and go look for Easter baskets and stuff, you know what I mean? And you're like, wow. Then you're looking at them like, well, okay, you know what I mean? It's like but I get that too, Oz.
yeah. I mean, it's like they were just debating. So let's show me this video. They were debating in the Senate here in Canada, and they want to pass some sort of law to ban parts of scripture because they
To not be read aloud.
because it's too
Hate speech.
hate
again.
speech.
Like
So they're gonna ban. They start looking into banning certain parts of scripture as hate speech for other people when they speak about like homosexuals and all that stuff. So they're like getting into it now here. You know?
Yeah, you know,
Point the times are like times are coming to they're gearing up.
let's be thankful we still have our Father's living words contained in our books. You know what I mean? There's going to come a time when we'll be walking to us. You know what I mean? We'll be walking words, and people will be thirsting for what we have within us. You know what I mean? And that drought.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? And that's crazy because the reason it's so hard is because it witnesses against them. You know what I mean? It witnesses against them. I made
for sure. I mean,
you know,
but this is why everybody, like what we were talking about earlier, of like, oh, now have you become a Jew, or like, are you a Jew? You know, they have also made that word and those people, you know, to be in the eye of public opinion now. So everybody's very opinionated now in regards to Judaism and about the Jews, right? So it's like, if you were to just believe in Torah, you are now become, even though you're not a Jew, now you are popularity wise, you are a Jew, right? Because you believe in Torah. That's it, you know?
well,
And because like the separation now that they have made through like, I mean, through the Jews propaganda stuff, you know, it's like you can't.
they want to put a handle. They want to make you like a suitcase and put a handle on you. You know,
Yeah,
you got a Christian. Here's a Christian handle. You want to be a Lutheran? Here's a Lutheran handle. You want to, you know, that's the mind of the flesh. They got to put a handle on you so they can try to learn how to deal with you. But you've been set free. Yahusha set you free. You know, so when he says the truth shall set you free, you don't have a handle anymore. So meanwhile, they're over here trying to put a handle on you, but they can't. Because you're not
no,
over
for sure, but it's like public opinion at this point is like you
Yeah.
either basically hate the Jews or you love the Jews. Like it's pretty radical at this point. It's like people either hate them or people love them. What's that?
These are Jews, man. These are police over in Israel after a bombing, terrorist bombing. And they pulled this little baby here, this little tiny baby this girl's holding out of the rubble. Little tiny baby like that. You believe that, man? And so they pulled the baby out of the rubble. And these are Israeli police after a terrorist bombing. So these are the people they hate. You know, I don't know. Look like nice people to me.
I mean, they are very nice people. I have lots of friends who are Jews and who are from Israel.
You know what? When I hear somebody say, "Are you Jew?" it reminds me of when anytime you start talking about Yahuwah to somebody, the first thing they say is, "What religion are you?" or "What denomination are you?" It's like, why do I have to be in a religion to worship you? Tell me that. Why? Why is it that you people all think that I have to be in a religion to have a relationship with the Creator? What is it with you people in religion? You know, and that's just what it really is. They want you to divide and you know, assemble in a category, and once you get in that category, stay there. You know, so we can know who you are and identify you through your denomination or your religion. You know what I mean? Kind of like your suitcase theory there.
You know, Mark, it's just like this whole world is caught up in idolatry, in foreign worship. So they always gotta, oh, what religion, what basically what mighty one do you worship? There's so many here, but which one? You know what I mean? That's basically what they're saying there. What religion are you in? You know what I mean? You know, there's the Hindu religion. You know what I mean? You could get around the world. Look at how many Elohim they have made for themselves. So yeah, they just are in the flesh completely. That's it. They just can't and it's sad. It's hard to watch. You know what I mean? If you break it to that level, they're completely in their flesh. Consumed in it. They need to put a handle on you because they don't know how else to deal with you. So they got to put a handle on you. Otherwise they don't know who you are. What are you? You know, I don't know. I see it as like handles. You know, they want to attach something to you so they can try to manipulate you behind their fleshy wisdom, and it's just, you know, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I'll be a Jew. You know, I'll become a Jew to reach a Jew. You know what I mean? If I have to, you know, like Shaul says, I'll become a non-believer to reach a non-believer so I can win more. But it's hard to get to that level, Oz. When somebody says Jew, okay, now you know how far you got to come down to get into that level with them and try to shed the light in that prospect. You know, I'm a Jew if I have to be, but it speaks of their level of understanding. Unfortunately, it tells you
Which is
where.
crazy because I feel like Jews actually have it very closer from like they already know way more stuff about Torah and about like the language and the root of the language. And they're a little bit further in a certain way, but they're very far away as well from from reaching because they don't have Yahusha.
Mm-hmm. I know Yahuwah never told us to join any kind of religion or organization. Obey. You know?
I had somebody comment on the channel yesterday, I think it was, that religion is actually RE and then legion. That religion is a legion.
Yeah.
Never thought about it like that. And then there's something else that came through that, you know how it says something and, it was when he created Adam and Kua. And if you reverse it, is DNA. Never thought about that either.
Sorry, what did you use now?
And when it says like Adam and Kua, or however it says is and, it's the DNA. And if you reverse it, it is DNA.
Here's an interesting map. You can see here this red line starting over here in the Chaldeans, where it goes up this way. It heads up here and over here to this Haran. That's where Abraham's dad died. And then they take that red line on down into Canaan, into Egypt, and then back into Canaan. That's Abraham. And then the yellow line is Jacob. When he took off and ran away from Esau, you see he went up here, and this is where he stayed, up in Haran. And then that's where his mom's relatives were at. And then, of course, Abraham and Sarah, I had the same, relatives. But then the green is where Abraham's servant went all the way back up here to Haran again to get a wife for Isaac and brought her back down Isaac. And so you can see how they just keep going from up here to Haran and back down, up to Haran, back down, retracing their steps. Pretty interesting, huh? To see what they did. And
is that
again,
because the rest of it is sand, a desert?
Yeah, they're traveling the Fertile Crescent here.
Mm-hmm.
Is what they're doing. This is all the Fertile Crescent, or the cradle of civilization. Yeah, all this is desert. They don't want to cross this desert; they'll die. And this is where Ishmael's people lived, in the desert. They'd go up to the very edge of the Fertile Crescent, but they lived all down in here, man. They were wild men living in the desert. This Arabian desert, one of the worst, harshest deserts on the planet, man. You wouldn't go across that if you didn't have to. Well, you can see all the rivers up in here. This is all fertile ground. This is look where all the cities are, all the rivers are, everything's right through here on the crescent, fertile crescent. This dead man's land here, no man's land, except for Ishmael. See this area right? This is where the Gulf is right here, and all these rivers empty out into the Gulf. See that area right in there?
Mm-hmm.
That's where Speedy said his relatives are from. And Speedy likes this area right here. I don't know. I mean, I can't prove that, but just what Speedy says.
I've heard that before.
All right, Joe. Anybody else? Anything they want to bring up? Talk about?
Did you mention either last night or sometime that Mr. Trump, President Trump, signed another agreement with Israel? Or
That's what I heard. There was something on that. Did you know about that, Ross?
About what?
Trump signing another peace treaty over there just recently with.
About a week or so ago, I think there was something.
Yeah, but it was other than the first one, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it was saying, and I was watching that. And if that is what happened, man, I mean that's huge. That's huge. That could be the start of the final 7. When I say final 7, I'm talking about the final 7 years leading up to Armageddon. But the tribulation years aren't 7 years long. The tribulation years are 3.5 years long. They start in the middle of the final 7. Okay, so the tribulation years aren't 7 years long; they're 3.5 years long. Don't get that confused. But yeah, that's what I was reading, or I actually saw it on a little video, and I thought you sent me that, Ross. Maybe not.
Might have been.
Anyway,
You remember that one about the popes that I sent you?
Mm-hmm.
I got a book. I haven't read it yet, but I got this book. It's where they this particular the Saint Malachi or Malachi prophesied all of the popes all the way up until now, and there's only one place left on the wall for a picture, and that's this one that's there now. And
really? That's weird.
Yeah. So I haven't read it, but I'm gonna have to look at it and see.
Huh.
Yeah, that's that one I sent you about 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah. I remember that now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's only one space left on the.
Yeah, there's only one space
on the wall.
Yeah.
That's weird. I remember that now that you mentioned it.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of it's showing us that it's the end times.
Hmm.
And then there's a lot of false prophets out there on TikTok. They had that girl that was saying that that Yahusha was like a boyfriend to Mary, and she was the one that was the big thing, not him. And so there's a lot of that kind of stuff that's going on these different channels.
Uh-huh. No. I was trying to find it, Phil Spy. I can't. I don't see it. And you look for something, you can't find it. I could have swore you sent me that though, Ross.
Might
Maybe
have.
not. No, I can't
I'll look
find
and see.
something about a peace deal with Netanyahu. No, everything here's that I'm finding is old. This is just supposed to be a few days ago. Oh well.
Hey JJ, nice to see you. We haven't seen you in such a long time. Nice to have you back.
It's nice to see you all too.
How have you been?
Breathing. Just breathing.
Okay,
How have
well,
you been?
good overall.
I'm trying to not say anything over here.
All right.
I
Got
don't.
it. Got it.
know.
I'm blinking my eye, my left eye. Will give you a phone call. Yeah. Got it.
I'm just struggle not to say anything when I really want to.
Okay. Well, very nice to see you then.
It's very nice to see you too, Oz and Talitha. Are you guys enjoying Canada? I saw you all bundled up earlier. Is it cold?
Yes. Are we? It's very nice.
Yeah. We've got our bipolar. We had fall. We're having summer again, and then
Oh, that's nice.
Monday we're having winter. Monday
Oh.
we're having snow. So we've got
Oh,
like
really?
all the seasons in a week.
Oh wow! So you have like all the stuff, all the coats and rain jackets and rain boots. And
We
snow
haven't even
boots
had
and...
snow yet here.
It's so hot today. That's why earlier I was wearing a sweatshirt and I had to stop and get off because I was dying. It's so hot. Like my house turns into an oven because I'm like, it's just so hot in here. And I won't use the air conditioner and stuff during the winter time. So.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, that's nice that you guys are having like good weather.
Yeah, I found some lady discussed some property up closer to a new job where I got. It's just like an hour and a half away, and she's like a homesteader type lady, and I don't know, she's got property and she just lost her son and stuff. So I'm thinking I'm probably gonna go meet up with her and see if I like her. And she's got some cabins and trailers for rent up there, so she's got people wanting to move up there, and
Cool.
yeah.
So she
Live
wants
off
to like
the-
what? Create like a small community.
Yeah, well, yeah, living off the land kind of thing. And I'll never get this property from my mom, and so it's probably better to just walk away from it as a whole and just let her have it all. Just walk away from all of my money and my investment, and just to have that peace and that freedom, to say that she doesn't have that over me and I can go out and do my own thing. So that's what I want. I'm excited to do it. So,
Well,
and I finally have a car that works, so that's good. We're good. Yeah.
all the best with that.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Yes, we have. It's supposed to be, I don't know if it's top 70 today, but we're supposed to be 70 today and 26 on Monday. So
It says it's 76 at my house right now. It's hot.
26.
That's a huge difference.
76. It's
Oh,
hot
76.
outside. Yeah.
Wow.
Might as well be summer again. I really don't like Tennessee. I am not a fan. I've never been a fan since I've been here 18 years. The
Really?
bipolar weather.
Bipolar.
I either want to be cold or cold or cold. And there's no cold, cold, or cold here. It's like hot all the time. Then you get like 3 days of cold, and that's it. It's not.
But that's also, but not in winter. Once winter hits in, no? It
No.
goes on and off?
you get like it's very bipolar. You get a lot of warm spells through the winter time as well, but you'll get like a few days here and there of like they call them cold snaps.
Right.
So we only get very few of them, but I'm just trying to get out of Tennessee, but enough to where I can still visit June and my family, hopefully one day in the future if they learn to
Where are you
accept me.
going now?
Huh?
Where are you going?
I don't know yet. I'm just
okay.
looking. I'm just talking to all kinds of different people. I'm just trying to get anywhere out of here. Out of here.
Are you going north or are you going west? Are you going south?
I don't know. Just anywhere away from here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, June and Joe are gonna miss you most likely.
Yeah, maybe. I hope so. I'll miss them. They're everything to me.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Well, I hope things go well with you, JJ, and everything.
Thank you. I just got 4 jobs, so that's a really, really good thing because many people are struggling to get jobs right now, and I've been praying left and right, and Yahusha he's been answering my prayers there because I have a lot of pressure on me to pay people back for these broken down vehicles. So just got a lot of pressure on me to pay people back before I can take care of myself. And that's frustrating. So I'm trying to figure all that out. The world revolves around money. So not to me. I don't care a bit about it.
I get the point.
Yeah.
A lot of things to pay, and everything's just getting more expensive every day.
It really is, and it's really hard to see in my own community. And I've tried to go, and they have these things called blessing boxes, which I don't like going around churches, but I think that these are very lovely. I was telling June about it. This guy gave me some military medal, and I don't like accepting gifts from people that I do not know because I don't know who, if it was from one of you guys and I know who's behind it, I'd be very glad to, but you don't know who is giving you something. You know what I'm trying to say? Mm-hmm. And so I was filling up this blessing box with food, and I just feel really bad because I did this right before all this SNAP stuff happened, and now I don't have any, like I have, but I don't have, to give a bunch of stuff to the community. And it's kind of breaking my heart because there are a lot of people struggling out here, a lot of people with 10 babies in the field that need to feed them babies. And so I want to help them, but I can't. And it makes me feel really sad. So it's just sad what our own government's putting us through right now. So
yeah, I mean, here too, our government is like,
I was like, where you guys just moved up there, and then I was like, you guys are under the same.
Yeah,
it's okay though.
I don't know. For me, it was like the light was in the U.S., but being here in Canada, oh man, it's tough to see it. Like for us right now, everything's pretty good, but to see how like things are just like slowly happening, and Canadians are very like, how do you say it? Compliant.
California and me.
They're very compliant. They don't.
Yeah, they're very like they're
very sedated, so they're very easy to like hurt. You can just hurt them very nicely without so much
hurt.
Yeah, like hurt, like hurting the flock, and like you can do that easily here. It's not that.
I got you.
Because
I was I know you picked that location for safety, right? But I was worried about the government for you, as far as But we're all in the same page.
We're in a good state for it. Tennessee, man. When the time comes, everybody, Everybody's holding
Right.
their rifles, and they're storage with their good old style of making foods, and the good old school methods, and just keep the resistance. Here we're doomed unless we're up more north with the Amish, but there's no Amish around. There's only
Oh,
retirees with high incomes around here.
well, yeah, you need to come back down here with us hillbillies. And I just learned how to make a bow from a stick, and I'm working on that with my knife, and I'm learning all kinds of survival stuff, actually, because I
Yeah.
was kind of jealous that Joe has been bow hunting, and I don't want to kill a deer.
Well, start with the squirrel, or
I could no. Oh my gosh, I have wrecked a car because I don't want to kill an animal. One time I hit a dog, and I'll never forget it. My ex-husband beat me so bad because I pulled over and I wanted to go check on the dog because I was crying, and all I could think about was that dog for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I still think about it, and it's been, gosh, 14 years. And I don't know if he's dead or, well, obviously it's now, but I mean, did I kill him? Did he make it? I don't know. But
Yeah.
June said that they'd love to do all that blood. It's funny, I don't mind human blood and guts, but I can't hurt an animal to say I can't do it. But if they'll clean a deer for me, I've told them they can come, and there's always like 5 or 6 in the front yard every morning when I go out. But I just don't know if I can do it. I know I could if I needed to do it, but
I mean, get Joe to do the dirty job.
Then
you just get the part of the training to, gut it, process it,
Yep.
smoke it, just so you get that part of like, now you know how to, survive by just like, doing the other part
I
of the
watched
process.
the cleaning process and
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it. This Mexican did it in like 10 seconds. I don't know. He did it so fast. And it's like they were competing on how fast somebody could clean a deer. When I start watching videos, I really go down some rabbit holes. But anyways, I think I could do it if I wanted to, but Joe and I said we'll split a deer and we could be half brother and half sister. He was made some dad joke, you know how he does. But yeah. They're gonna have to teach me a few things on that, but
on the survival book. Yeah, we should probably go for a survival training with June and Joe.
Yeah, we should, because
oh, seriously, no, I'm not joking, June. Joe, like survival training with you guys. Learn the good old school methods.
Well, it can be done. If you're hungry, it can be done. So yeah.
That's what I said. Like, if I had to, I'm sure I could if I absolutely had to, but I don't have any desire to kill an animal right now. It's just hard.
Yeah.
Maybe the dogs around the neighborhood sometime, but just because they yap all
we
day
don't kill excessively. We try to share when we can, and
you do. No.
Deer is our primary meat, so yeah, I can't eat beef, and chicken.
Well, that's
not my favorite thing these days, but yeah, deer's are.
It's not. Is that what you say? It's not.
No, it is.
Chicken it is, or chicken?
No,
is not?
no, it's chicken.
Oh, I said, yeah, chicken. You don't know what you're eating these days, but so it's not my favorite thing. So we stick to a lot of fish, and then deer is our primary meat source. So we kill what we need. We're not, gung ho, go out there, just shoot it because it's there kind of people. But we kill.
I didn't mean to make it sound like that, June. Everybody in Tennessee gets deer. That's a normal thing to deer hunting.
Never kill one. I mean, I have pets actually that I feed from my porch. Phyllis has seen him, but yeah, I feed deer from my porch, but I would never take advantage of that relationship that I have with my little forest friends. So yeah, we make sure when we're hunting, but we give it fair. There you go. We give it fair. It's fair when we go into the woods. We don't bait. We're not baiters.
You're trackers.
Well, we have to track sometimes. But usually we just sit and wait, and we're thankful for what Yahuwah gives us to put on the table. So
I wish I could do it. I didn't mean to make it sound like you guys could. I just meant that you have the ability to clean an animal, whereas I don't.
Yes, I understand. Yes, yeah. Oh, those are beautiful.
They are beautiful. Gosh, they're so pretty. That's why I can't see. I'm saying, like, I just could never. They're so.
How many
pretty.
deers do you need for the whole year? Like 2? With 2 is enough for your whole year?
No,
I
three.
need one
Three,
myself.
it's 3 usually.
3 for you? Yeah. Okay.
It's 3 usually because of the children visiting.
Okay.
But usually, if we have 4, that makes it to where we have that ability
That's so pretty.
where we can go in and share. The daughters,
Right.
when we send meat home with them, and so on. So yeah. So usually 4, but we could get by on 3. Yeah.
Well, Joe, the offer is still here.
Okay.
I saw a 10-pointer this morning that I hadn't seen before, so you can go after him.
Actually, the does taste better. So
Really?
yeah. And there's
I don't know. I pray over the little ones that get killed on the side of the road. They're so cute, though.
They are sweet. They are. But I go on. Somebody's got me on, and I'm hearing this reverb here. But usually I go on the porch, and how the crazy thing is how I made friends with these deer. They were in the woods, and I went out and I started telling them, Yahuwah loves you. Yahuwah loves you. And they just came out of the woods. They just came out of the woods. So it's just been kind of crazy how I made friends with those deer. So they know.
That day I came over and brought that watermelon, and like 4 or 5 of them came out while we were swimming in the water, or I was swimming
right there. Yeah, they know his name. I mean, one of the bigger ones, she will look at me and I'll say, Yahuwah loves you. It's Yahuwah, and she does have this. Like I had heard Mark say, she has a fear of me. You can see the fear in her eyes, but it's like she'll step forward even in her fear to come to me so that I can feed her bread. It's quite amazing to witness. Yeah.
It's because you're the little Snow White of over there. And what I don't even know what town. Do you even live in a town, June? You just live in between Podunk, and I live in Podunk. I don't know where you live. Where do you live? Is it Spring City, or is it? I don't know. I can't tell anymore because he's so far back there.
Speedy said he don't want to go deer hunting, but if anybody's up for going hunting mice, he's ready to rob. Or even pig.
I have a mice hunter here. He's been hunting lots of it.
You see that mouse hunter back there? It looks like a Black Panther.
So this is Gandalf.
Big cat.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's a shell scattering.
There's 2 roses.
Let me see, which one should I get rid of? Oh, that one right there. Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you. I hit the screen by accident and then it left. The first one.
How are you, Miss Sandra?
I am so grateful. How are you? Thanks for asking.
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Sandra.
I'm always thankful.
Good. Me too.
Yes, ma'am. Hallelujah.
Yes, ma'am.
Fred Chill Jelly says, every time I tell the animals and birds the name of Yahuwah, they step forward. Every time. I believe it.
My dogs fall asleep whenever I put on Hebrew music or like anything Yahuwah music. It's so cute. They love it. They definitely know his name.
Yeah, I was supposed to tell them. Take the message to all flesh. Does this mic seem to be better than it usually is? Because I've been working with it, or does it seem like it always has? Or can you tell any difference at all?
I can't tell the difference. It comes in real clear, though.
Yeah.
Same as it has been.
Yeah, I can't tell
I
any
think so.
difference than before, really.
Yeah, I was getting some like cutting out and stuff before, but hopefully it's gone. Yehuda says Israel just signed that peace agreement a couple days ago. I know I read that article. I just can't find it. It's like 4 days ago or something like that. Well, there's some big deer. Whew. Some of the antlers are mind blowing.
No, June, I think I realized how I'm losing all my hair. It's these little pins I keep scraping. I just made myself bleed. Before I knew Yahuwah, I made the Psalms 91, but with Baal's name. So I haven't covered it.
Does anybody do sprouts in your house?
I do.
You do?
Like-
I
You
do.
mean sprouts in the jar?
Yeah,
Yeah, totally.
yeah. I've got the stuff. I'm just not allowed to here yet.
Why, it's not legal over there?
No, I just can't do it in this house.
Oh, I see.
What is it? What sprout? What are you talking about?
Where you grow your own plants and you eat from the root up till the leaf. And
Well,
it
why
takes
can't
them
you
like,
do it?
What
I
is
just
it?
can't, it's not my house. So I can't do it here.
Why?
There's-
What's
there
wrong
is
with
an-
doing it?
Do you see that there is the mason jars? They have a new leaf.
Yeah,
That's what
I
we
have
use.
them.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
leaves.
I have them.
Yeah, the broccoli sprouts are supposed to be some of the healthiest you can eat.
Yeah, super healthy.
Yeah, but what's wrong with eating them? That's what I'm like getting.
There's nothing wrong
Oh,
with it.
nothing.
Is it
Nothing.
marijuana? You guys talking about eating marijuana?
Oh,
or-
no, no.
Yeah, settle down,
Marijuana sprouts.
Speedy. It's not about marijuana. Speedy start going nuts.
Let me
That's
see
the
if I can
guy
get a-
who smokes marijuana. I told you it wasn't marijuana, Speedy. Calm down.
We're not making edibles. We're talking about the little sprouts that go like they're just called sprouts.
Yeah, but you know what? That bring me the thought of like it stayed with me during the whole week about how last week we were reading this chapter where Leah's son, Leah's son harvests the psychedelic fruits, the dudaim, and Raquel is the one who he exchanged with Leah. Leah exchanged with Raquel in order to have one night with Jacob.
It was some kind of apple.
Yeah, but the interesting part is like it's a psychedelic apple. It's like, well, why did Raquel want a psychedelic apple?
Duodenes, hallucinogenic. Wanted to get him high.
They did a lot of drugs in the Bible. If you
Yeah,
notice
that's
it.
what I'm saying, man. It's just like,
Matt-
well, why were they doing it? For what reason did they just wanted to, like, you know, like it's. So then so are these duodene apples are not pharmakia? Like it's like
I think it
like,
might be like apocrypha.
like where is it?
A mix of apocryphia and what is it? Apocrypha. What do you say it better, June? Say it. What is it?
Apocrypha.
Yeah. The like my tinctures and stuff. Apothecary.
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 Yeah, she can say it better than me. Thank you, beautiful. It's kind of
So
like
but
that.
you don't think that, so this is not pharmakia.
I don't think so. Maybe it might be, but I don't know.
To what degree we can actually
That grows naturally. That grows naturally in the land. Pharmakia is the man-made pharmaceutical.
Because psilocybin grows naturally, so that's not. I don't.
So does mushrooms, but they poison you. And so does poison ivy, but I don't think it's
So that's what I'm
suggests you
saying.
eat it.
So there's nothing wrong to
Yeah,
hallucinogenic.
It was just aphrodisiac, is what it was.
It makes a person get a heat wave. It incites your heat wave. Yeah, you know.
Hey, JJ, why are you covering your face?
The thing is that he was doing it every, think about it. He was doing it every night almost. It sounded like he ought to have been tired.
Or an ugly laugh. I mean,
no, but seriously, like, are we? Is this saying that? Well, it's not obviously saying it, but in a sense, it's hinting us that there are some natural hallucinogenic botanicals out there that it seems that they're not then prohibited. So maybe Lou White can actually, maybe he can actually help me to understand that is not pharmakia. So they are having, if it's written here, Raquel is the one.
Pharmakia is chemicals, man.
Okay, so pharmakia doesn't mean you're putting chamomile mixed with lavender, two botanicals together.
No, it's usually man-made synthetics. It's pharmakia. Where you at, Phyllis? You there? You on still on, Phyllis? Isn't pharmakia? Isn't that man-made synthetic drugs? It's not. Doesn't have anything to do with natural.
But wait, but pharmakia is a Greek word. I thought they referred to like substances or extracts in the old days, natural extracts that were combined among each other. It's not necessarily. We don't have synthetics until late 1800s.
That's probably
I'll
true.
try to get Lou's attention.
Ask Lou about that. I don't know anything about dope. I was just wanting to know how to mix dope. I don't know how to do it.
I'm sure Speedy's listening though.
Keep in mind, wine does make your heart merry. So it's not just those things that do it. It's certain foods and drinks that can lift you. Because those are endorphins that we have in chemical endorphins that we have in our brain. They're natural. Like if you laugh, if you notice, if you find something that tickles your being, it can relieve a whole lot of stress from you.
Yeah,
no, for sure. I mean, there is definitely some.
Because it sets off endorphins in from your synapses.
Filling the body with spirits.
Lou's comment, he put something about it being an Hold on, I don't know how to get to the comments on here. It just popped up a second ago, but if you go back.
Which one?
Just look at the comments. I don't know how to look at the comments, but they just keep popping up. But he put something in there. Lou did.
That's the one you want?
Yeah, maybe. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And then somebody else said something about the difference between pharmakia and
there was some poisoning going on too in scripture, right? Where they poisoned people and killed them by poisoning.
Mhm.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, because they picked a wild plant that was in election day. They picked a wild plant and didn't know what it was and put it in the pot. And they said there's death in the pot.
I think pharmacy or pharmakia back in the day, in the ancient times, is probably different. It was still a sorcery. You know, I mean, some people considered sorcery, magicians and their spells, using drugs and herbs and stuff. You know what I mean? But today, in the modern time, it's definitely synthetic chemicals, man-made chemicals. So I think that probably the definition was probably different.
So
back
we can
then.
say that pharmakia was more of a, like, it's not just the botanicals or the extracts, but it's also the ritualistic aspect of it. Then
I think it could have been. I mean, I'm sure, you know, there was medicine men and all that. I mean, we're talking chiefs and tribes and all that. I mean, here in the Americas, I know that they had medicine men doing all kinds of using herbs and plants and roots and stuff to make things happen, you know, for medicines and whatnot.
They
Men-
use mushrooms and things like that.
yeah,
the
mushrooms.
cactus, very famous cactus too.
Yeah. And so that's probably been going on from the dawn of time, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But,
This
yeah.
is what I had gotten. This is a bean sprouter.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's got the top, and then it's got this one of these that goes at the bottom. It's got the holes in it. I don't know if you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then one that goes at the top, and then
And
you
that's
just
all
open it
clay?
up. Huh?
That one's all clay.
I still didn't understand what you said.
That is clay. Like it's
Yeah,
oh, that's
it's a clay.
Where'd you find those at, Roz?
It's on Amazon.
I've never seen a clay sprouter before. That's really
Yeah, and then it's got this,
That is
you
really
know, that you sit it on. It's got the 3 holes in it here. But the thing of it is that some of the seeds are too small that they would go through this. There's also something that you can get that's like corn, not corn, coconut. The brown, you know, when they make that into,
yeah, the coconut
yeah.
husk.
Yeah. And they use that as the soil. I've got both kinds. I've been wanting to get into it because of what I had been diagnosed with earlier this year, but I just, as of yet, I can't get into it yet. I have all the stuff, I just can't get into it. But I like the feel of this. That size is actually the family size, you know, so, but it's I look forward to doing it. The beets, I need to get the beets started because the beets are really good for the heart. And but you have to have a medium that they can grow in. You can't just do them in that. And but the beets should really, you know, be good for you. They're good for your arteries and everything, you know.
Are you talking about the beet sprouts?
Yeah.
Or do
Yeah.
you want to sprout the beet plant in order to plant the plant?
No, I want to do the beet sprouts and eat the
Oh.
whole little plant. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I've got
Yeah.
that. I've got about 10 different kinds of seeds. And
Sunflower.
Yeah,
you did sunflower?
Sunflower sprouts.
Those are my
great.
favorite.
Oh, really? They're really good sprouts?
They're
They're
my
tasty
favorite
and crunchy.
taste. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
A lot of
Huh.
people do the radish too, but those ones like
Mhm.
they add like spice, a little spicy to your food, right?
Mm-hmm. Clover's really good for you too. They've got the red
Yeah.
clover and the green
Clover's
clover.
nice.
I was just about to say red clover is really good for your heart.
Yeah.
Also, cayenne pepper is too. And I don't know if you take it in
That's
gel.
what this is.
Ah, nice.
That's what this is. I drink it.
That's awesome.
So,
And
That's
this is
what I do
hawthorn
with it.
berry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, nice.
What is that?
Hawthorn berry.
Oh,
Oh,
hawthorn.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hawthorn berry.
So.
Sounds close to the buckthorn berry.
It's not.
It's not.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of the stuff. I'd rather the father's herbs than anything else, you know, but to do.
Yeah.
I like those
So.
pokeberry trees out here in Tennessee. They're extremely poisonous, but only if you puncture the seed inside the berry. But if you swallow the berry whole, which I do every day, like 5 to 7 berries, and it reduces my inflammation and my pain tremendously. I cannot even tell you how amazing it is.
Yeah.
There's some of my ancestors right there. Yeah, it's crazy. Is my why are we looking at Indians?
These are medicine, man. Pharmakia. These are pharmakia guys back in the day.
Medicine.
Look at that guy. But he gave you some good dope. Look at. I am. He gave you some good dope too. Look. Now he's smoking pot, or maybe peyote buttons. He's on something. Look at that guy. He's got good stuff here, buddy. He get you high. You want to be high? He mix up the potion.
I had gotten some saffron bulbs too, or corms. And one's already got it. I haven't even planted it, and it's got a little flower already.
Oh, that is so cool. I
Cool.
love that.
Yeah. So, but I got them from a lady on TikTok, and then I got some off of Etsy as well.
But that's like the saffron you cook with?
Yeah. They say that an acre of saffron can yield about $50,000.
Yeah.
An
I mean,
acre.
all those little tiny containers for
Uh-huh.
quite a bit of money.
Yeah. So. And they make their own. You see how this is on the side? That's making its own little more corms coming up. Now down here in Louisiana, it's my son had said that it's hard to get them to come back. But I think if I do them in containers and just make sure that they don't get overly hot, you know, during the summertime. Like this one, look at how many little plants it's got.
That's so cool.
In this one. Yeah. So, and this one, this surprised me when I saw it. And the little red part on the inside, that's what you pull. And I don't like getting saffron to buy in the store because they take corn silk and they dye it the same color as what this is. And then they pass it off as saffron and charge you an arm and a leg for something that's corn. So I'd be careful getting saffron. So.
We're ready for the blessing if everybody's ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Let's go. Get us out.
Oh,
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Rock
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
Speedy says he's having a mouse roast if anybody wants to come over tonight.
I thought earlier he said he wasn't going to eat mice anymore.
Yeah, he's a backslider. I gotta watch him.
All right, guys, take care. We love you.
Bye.
Love
Love
y'all.
you, Repto. Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Love y'all. Well.